okie dokie okie. Smoky dokie. Something. All of those were words. How's it going, everybody? We're back with more Rogue Trader. It's your boy, Griff. And this is Ethel. Another hydrate. Lymphout beat you today. I hadn't even posted on Discord yet. He was on it. In before chat. Right? That's the joke, the meme. Anyhow. Oh, Twitch let you know? Nice. Got that notification bell rung, man. I'm in your walls. I live in your computer. Drink more water. Is tea an acceptable alternative? Because water's disgusting. To be fair, most of the time it's water anyway, but if my phone makes a notification noise, I shoot it on sight. It's wet, ain't it? Yeah, it's like 90% water. It's mostly water. Granted, there's a lot of sugar in it usually also, but that's a different problem. Yeah, good enough for hydrating. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Hey, actually, since you're both here and you're chatting, Hawkwords, you want to just, like, let Vinny know I'm streaming? I don't know if she's home yet or not or anything. I'm not as worried about, like, getting her in the stream today as I was yesterday. T.I. here. Leave it to the British guy to pop in when he hears the... Man, you can't even, like, allude to it, because it's the T word is what I was trying to say. I texted her. Thank you. Appreciate it. The most modern technology in my house is a printer from 1980, and I have a shotgun tray on it just in case it makes a weird noise. Hilarious. Hilarious. How's everybody doing today? Planetarium Carpet, it's good to hear from you. Glad you're here. Welcome back to Rogue Trader. This is Ethel. We've got Abelard, our seneschal, rocking the dual swords right now. He's got a chain sword and just a sword. Idira here is a sniper, or will be when she gets a better snipery gun. But she's also a psyker, so she's got a psyker staff too. And then there we go. And then Sister Argenta is a sororitas, an adepta sororitas, sister of battle. She rocks the bolter. Went to see the amazing digital circus finale in theaters, crying at the last 20 minutes. Everything Hawkwards says is a Rosa Diaz quote. That is pretty true. Hawkwards, are you a Brooklyn Nine-Nine fan? Nice. Yep. See? Called it. I don't care that she has a pistol, honestly. Never finished it, but did watch the first season. It's good. Like, it's one of those shows that is definitely a rewatchable comfort show, for sure. Like, there are a few shows that I recommend, like, the entirety of the show, you know? It's a lot of the time, it's like, watch up to season 5, and then it really goes downhill. But, like, Brooklyn Nine-Nine's pretty darn consistent the whole way through. Andy Samberg knows what he's doing. You know, brother. Hawkwards loving women. Yeah. As you can see, our UI has changed just a little bit. I'm on keyboard and mouse today. I just wanted to try it out, see how it was. And I like it a little better because I actually, like, all my buttons are just right here, although the edge scrolling is starting to piss me off a little bit, but it's fine. Turns it more into a point and click. Wasn't able to make yesterday's streams. I fell asleep. I woke up at 4, did see you were still streaming, then fell asleep again. 4 in the morning. Yeah, probably. Planetarium Carpet's across the pond. He's over in good old UK. I guess I shouldn't, like, divulge people's information without, like, asking. I'm sorry, but... Those guys are afraid of something. Let's try this warp check.
I have proven myself yet again.
The horrific vision is a product of the warp energies that permeate the bridge. What is it supposed to be? Is it like a skull or something? I can't really tell. A lot of dead guys. It's funny being the only person on the other side of the planet. Honestly, I think it's amazing. I think it's awesome. My wife and I were watching some YouTube stuff earlier today. Just kind of randomly got on a weird rabbit hole on YouTube, as you do. And I was watching a video about video game music, and it was this guy whose job it is, you know, he's a content creator, but he was also an opera singer for a long time, so that's his content is very focused on the music of video games. And he was talking to another opera singer, a voice coach lady who had, like, knew nothing about video games, and they got to talking about how, like, she didn't understand how social video games were, and it like, I immediately, like, turned to my wife and I was like, that's my favorite part about doing all of this streaming stuff, is, like, meeting people from everywhere. There's you, right? Planetarium Carpets from the UK. We've got another pretty frequent pop-in named Renjiro Kanari. He's one of my followers on Twitch, and he's from, I believe he said he was from Brazil, and that's super cool. I love it, man. Meeting new people, learning new stuff. It's great. And yeah, I really want to try Professor Peppy. Prime staple beverage. Professor Peppy Pig crossover win.
The first sacrifice opens the eye.
What an asshole this guy is.
The second sacrifice draws its gaze.
Help has arrived. Too late to change the tide, I'm afraid. But if there is any honor in you, we can at least die with dignity and give our lives for the rogue traitor.
The Lord Captain will not be joining us. A badass motherfucker? No, he's an asshole.
Traitor is dead.
And the rogue trader is dead.
No matter what ritual Kunrad is performing there, the warp is too strong. I cannot withstand it. I feel my body changing with every second. The warp is ringing in the air. This is the end. We will perish in the warp.
Not
along with the
Theodora.
warrant and all the dynasty's heirs. The enemy of humanity has triumphed.
Hawkwards, after you went to bed, we went up to the Lord Captain's quarters, the Rogue Trader's quarters, and found her dead. Her and the Arch Militant. They got shot. And there was a mysterious letter from a Imperial Inquisitor, which is a very important thing in the context of Warhammer 40,000, and also some mysterious shards of glass from something probably magical, mystical somehow, and dangerous.
I've seen it before. We'd better get away from
Only
here.
one of those hairstyles could survive, I guess, and it had to be you. Ethelthrad, our rival heir guy here, he's both dying and also, because he's a psyker, starting to mutate into a chaos spawn. I forbid you the very thought of yielding. Only by resigning to your fate will you truly suffer defeat.
Words worthy of a righteous soul.
Save the lofty words for later, will you? The navigator's ready to take the ship out of the warp if he gets some help from the bridge.
Then we have no right to bow our heads.
That's right. Duty until death. Ara. You can see Kunrad Voitvir clearly in the gloom of the bridge. The broken blade he is holding is stained with dark drops that seem to have a pearlescent glimmer to them.
We are out of time.
Ethelthrad bites his knuckle, desperately thinking. You see a wave ripple across the whites of Ethelthrad's eyes, and they begin to turn a sickly yellow. I'll be inspiring. Ready your weapons! If we are to die this day, let us die with honor!
No. To die altogether is to allow the flame of the dynasty to perish in the dark. No. It will not be like this. Not today. The ritual will not be completed. I'll take care of it. And you, see to it that the voidship breaks free from the warp. Watch over our realm. And farewell. Accursed traitor! A time will come when you will bleed for her ladyship Theodora's murder. Remember my words, for they are the vow of he who marches toward his death.
Sorry, my cats were being mischievous.
What? Theodora is dead? No, that can't be. Not now. I still haven't.
Your ritual won't be finished, heretic!
I am but a faithful herald of the righteous wrath!
Go Thrad! No Thrad! Indeed. Alright, we're setting up our guys. We're going to put Argenta and Abelard right up front here. Adira can be in the back. She's already in the back. We'll put her more cover, though. Over here. And we'll put me on the edge. Start the battle. Yeah. I know how to play games, game. Cat is currently on your chest harassing you. Oh. Both of them decided they wanted to be in here today, hanging out with me. That's a rare occurrence. Geen's usually in here, but Astra, our other cat, she's not so social so much. But she's also a lot smaller, so she can get into stuff and onto stuff that Geen can't necessarily. And it's okay for her to be up there because she's very small and tiny, but Geen is 20 pounds and large. So it's not as good of an idea for him to do the thing. Okay. Us as commander, we tell people what to do. So we're going to tell Argenta, be better. My two gal cats who hate each other both shared space on my chest without hissing. They've never been that close without a fight. Well, there you go. Sometimes it just takes time. And we're going to immediately grant her
in service.
a turn so that she can just... Anyway, start a blasting! Guess who's avoiding work? Nice. How's it going, Vinny? Let's see.
Actions will speak louder than words.
And that's why I like to start as the Pyromancer, because all three of these abilities, especially because you typically go first, you set somebody on fire, and then you tell one of your guys that has a bigger gun with more damage to just start blasting. Good shit. Oh, and Argenta's right after us. That's even better. Anyway, I started blasting.
The Emperor's judgment.
Good. Remembered I had headphones here and I don't want to do audits. I'm tired. Hey man, it's Friday.
I'll do it.
Fuck it. You do you. Let's come down
Guided by
here.
faith.
Shoot this guy.
As the Emperor's command, I act.
Oh, if I'd have just got him one more time. That's okay. Idira. One burst and 2 kills. Oh, she's a sororitas. Let's see. We'll forewarn Abelard so that his melee chances are a little bit better. Can I see this guy? I can. Nice. Good shot.
Death to the weak! Out of my way!
Ha,
Follow my
miss
lead.
me. Want Abelard to charge in. Smack him. Yeah. Then we will endure
Indeed.
and smack him again.
Victory is imminent. Weapon at the ready. Chaos.
What happened while you're gone? You knew Theodore beefed it. The only thing that I think you've missed so far is the cutscene that played right before we started this battle. So this
My
Chaos
ears are
spawn
ringing.
used to be Ethelthrad, our like rival rogue trader heir guy. He was trying to stop Voidveer, the traitor, the Master of Whispers. He was trying to stop him from completing some sort of chaos ritual, and Voidveer ran away, and Ethelthrad stepped into the circle and turned into a chaos spawn. He was already starting to turn because he was already a psyker, right? And he was very weak and very injured, so he's already starting to turn chaos spawn, but he stepped into the like ritual circle and like definitely turned into a chaos spawn. And yeah, Hawkwarts didn't know Theodora was dead. She missed that part. Come over here.
Let my enemies tremble at
Closer.
the sound of my steps.
We'll let
And so,
Abelard do
shall
the thing
it
this
be
time. And then he can... Actually, I want you... No, he can't move while it's his extra turn, so we'll just have him
I
smack
will do
somebody.
my duty. It will be done.
And then we're going to use our heroic act. So this is like kind of like our ultimate skill, right? So if every sort of class had like an ult, if we're like to equate to like MMO terms, right? Then the heroic act is that for each like separate class, and then there's different ones that you can do for all of the like secondary classes, right? For the officer, for us, we just grant somebody another turn, and they can attack as many times as they want. It has to be somebody other than us. Like, we have to choose a party member, but super strong, I think. So, no, I don't think we'd do both. So, Get out of here. We will use this. Yeah, I think we'll use it on Argenta
Resides in the will of the righteous.
so that she can reload.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
She can turn around.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
She can just unload.
I'll do it. Doubt is for the...
Ah, she missed the entirety of that second volley. That kind of sucked, but that's fine. She got to make 2 attacks in a turn, so.
Rejoice
And we
in
do still get
service.
to burn him a little more, so that's nice. And then it's her turn. Want to see me do it again?
As the Emperor commands, you my Emperor!
Oh shit.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Well, that's bullshit.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
All right,
But of course,
chaos spawn, little bitch.
We'll do it.
Take that.
Anything else?
Death to non-believers.
He missed. Good shot. Kazarkin, Deck Enforcer, or whatever. We'll make Abelard tougher and have him smack a bitch. Yeah. Abelard's whole job is just to not take damage. Stand right there and not take damage. Oof. So much for that guy. Do you like Abelard? He's cool. He's the stereotypical, like,
My faith strengthens me.
old man mentor character. He's very Obi-Wan Kenobi. He's pretty cool. I like Abelard. We'll get to know him a little bit more here in a minute, because we'll actually get to do the exploration of the ship without any urgency. And we can, you know, talk to all our party members and stuff. The good hub, you know, the party camp, as it were. But first, we set that guy on fire. Bang!
Has failed you.
Abelard,
I cannot
I can't do
comply.
anything to you. Can't do anything to you. 0. And then Abelard, smack a bitch.
No matter the cost. A tactically sound approach.
There are more allies down here, so I want to keep Abelard out of the way of wayward shooting a little bit more. So that's why
It
I'm
will.
moving him around. We'll just chain
Victory
sword it
is
up, man.
imminent. I will do my duty.
Hell yeah. Not a lot of damage, but when you can do 4 attacks in a turn, that's not bad.
it's nothing.
And it was an extra turn.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. Rejoice in battle! I'll do it.
I missed again entirely. Jeez, Argentina. Argenta. Argenta. Not Argentina. That was a hell of a Freudian slip. Don't cry for me, Argentina.
Strike at the Emperor's faithful.
Did I really hit her back there? Are you kidding me? No. You know the rules. Truth is, I have a chainsword. How many stacks we got going? 10? That's probably pretty good. Yeah, 25%. Yeah, 25%. Yeah,
On it.
take that.
Will do.
The Evita soundtrack. Nice. That's cool. Good shot, deck guard. Dude, that guy's putting in work.
It will be done.
Hell yeah, I was, and I'll be with you again. See, Abelard, he's just a tank, man. He's so good at being tanky.
The Emperor commands. And so shall it be done.
Back to
Rejoice in
Argentina.
service.
And you know what?
I
We'll
am
use her
his will
heroic
made
act
manifest.
as well. Gonna hit anybody? I don't think so. Hello?
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Oh, come
This is
on.
unacceptable.
That was so many shots and we missed a bunch of them.
I'm not injured. I'm enraged.
Ooh. That's a pretty metal line. She's also gonna kill this Chaos Spawn with his burst.
I'll do it.
Each strike
There it
a
is.
prayer.
You tried not doing that? Boom, baby. And a bunch new gear. Blade shard. I don't like that. I'm gonna hold on. Just 2 seconds. Where's my? I don't want any edge scrolling. There we go. Yes. Much better. Hell yeah, Argentina. Okay. So, now we gotta get over... Okay, here we go. Let's talk to these guys. That guy's got a name.
Is dead.
The ship could use a prayer or two right now, but it's too early for a funeral. My repairmen are already hard at work doing something,
Old
repairing
man, he was
something.
never going
Fixing
to
the
make
damaged
this.
components,
He was mutated
compartments.
right
We can
in front
and
of
will
us.
make it.
You just
Bridge
ended his
officer,
suffering
Master
sooner.
Helmsman. There we go.
Rival, Master
Where'd that bitch
Helmsman.
boy Conrad
System
go?
Status report.
Bigger things to worry about right now. Let's get out of the warp first.
By the Emperor, it's the Seneschal. Living and breathing. Well, there's a tricky question. The old place is so overgrown with foul wickedry. We'll be scrubbing it off the vid screens for throne knows how long.
That's what I think every time. Yeah, every time I'm like, yeah, Conrad, more like Cuntrad. How did you people survive in here?
Must have been Providence. It better have been the Emperor's, not someone else's. When they barged in here, the ones with the Master of Whispers, some officers charged them, but it wasn't even a fight. I grabbed whoever I could and dragged them behind the cogitators. Then, I prayed for our rescue.
Well then. Your words seem to knock the officers out of their stupor, and the air around you fills with voices and commands being issued. You hear someone sobbing, one of the survivors buckling under the stress. Abelhard cuffs the crying officer without even looking.
Restore the Vox channel to the Navigator's Sanctum. Ready the crew. Prepare for translation to real space. You may call me superstitious, but translation is not a good time to disregard rules. You are the only one who speaks for House von Valancius. You may not be the Lord Captain, but you, more than anyone else, deserve to take her place in the ritual that is about to commence.
What must I do?
Take the Lord Captain's seat. Order the final preparations. Wait for the officers to report. Oh, blast it all to the void. Translation is a craft, not something to be explained in a tick. Just go up to the throne, mistress. These people are about to do the impossible. The least they deserve is the solace of seeing a figure sitting in the usual spot. And please hurry. Every second we waste is a terrible risk.
Let's go. The image before you is hazy, swaying in sorcerous currents invisible to mortal eyes, as if whatever is beneath this thin shell is constantly changing while still remaining the same. It has taken on the guise of Theodora, but the false rogue traitor's eyes reveal the entity's true, surreal nature. One of Theodora's eyes is engulfed in otherworldly fire, the other, a vessel of ancient evil, bores into you. A voice seeps directly into your brain without ever reaching your ears, and this voice booms with all the horrors of the warp.
Who are you to oppose destiny itself for the sake of lives that are not your own? So many threads stretch between you and other creatures of your world. Pitiful, worthless links, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. A muddled, erratic, pointless tangle.
It resonates and merges with the voices that have already dug their foul roots into your consciousness. Excuse me.
Lead them, mortal. Guide them. Persuade them. Force them to walk your path. You will need followers, for destiny is preordained.
The aspirant vowed to return with a trophy. A relic that could serve the edge of daybreak. That fate was assured, and the steps chosen. And yet, you broke the unbreakable when you took the aspirant's place. I see you. On the day when the final dawn rises over the Iron World, I see you by my side on that day. The day of my resurrection.
Your image is woven into the tapestry of things to come. I am the will of the weaver of destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. The thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. The thread that will guide you and the weapon of our return to me.
The path is set, child of the dawn. The thread is woven. Follow it, servant of mine.
Seneschal, the Navigator's sanctum is silent. The Vox signal is stable, which means...
The Navigator gave his life battling the storm that nearly claimed the von Valancius flagship. We will honor his memory, along with that of all who died this day.
Seneschal, will you tell us now? Who is that? Where's the Lord Captain?
As First Officer, it is my duty to inform you, with the greatest regret and indelible sorrow, that Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius is dead. May her memory never fade from the annals of the dynasty. By right of blood succession, and with the absence of other kin who could challenge this decision, it is hereby declared that the successor to Theodora von Valancius is her heir, the rightful inheritor of the warrant of trade, and the title of Rogue Trader. The official ascension ceremony will be held at a later time. In the interim, have you lost your tongues? Hail your lady. It is because of her toils that we all still live.
The deed is done, mistress. My apologies. I meant to say Lord Captain.
The treachery of the Master of Whispers was fruitless, but victory came at a great cost. Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius perished along with her heir, Ethelthrad, and thousands of crew members. Yet hope remained, for the second in line to the Rogue Trader dynasty survived, and through the strength of her resolve, saved those who were counting on her for protection.
It'll be like Theodora never left. That's funny. I wasn't muted that whole time, was I? I was definitely talking back at certain points. I am doing well, Planetarium Carpet, if that didn't come through. If you were referring to my coughing, that was just me not being able to, talk without swallowing my own spit and it going down the wrong pipe and choking me. Alright. Deep shadows of weariness can be seen on Abelard's face, though the old officer's eyes are keen. They rake over you from head to toe. He frowns, mutters something, then nods to himself. Oh, I was muted? Yeah, I thought there was more of a cutscene there at the part where you get in the chair, but there was a lot more dialogue, and I'm realizing now that I didn't unmute myself when I was trying to read the dialogue that I needed to read instead of it being voice acted. So everything's good. I'm just dumb. He says, "Well then, your ladyship, you cannot help but notice that the seneschal does not know how to talk to you or where to begin. His hesitation brings an involuntary smirk to your face, as though someone else entirely is gloating at the old officer's confusion. Seeing your smile, Abelard pulls himself together. You must now hold your first officer's briefing in your new role as Lord Captain. For many of those who are about to join us on the bridge, this will also be their first briefing. We sustained massive losses among the senior and middle-ranking officers. Some posts have had to be filled by the deputy's deputy, while others go unfilled entirely, and now the deck clans are deciding who will take over the leaderless crews. Deck clans? Yes, so this ship, right, our void ship is the size of Texas. Maybe not Texas. Maybe like Oregon, Washington state, right? The size of any state is too big. Yeah, so the void ship is literally so large that there are some people that have been born on the void ship whose grandparents and their grandparents were also born on the void ship. Because there's so much stuff going on that it's literally like its own ecosystem. The entire ship is filled with people who have never left it ever, because they have no need. They, like, everything they have ever known and needed or loved is all in their one compartment, and that compartment is the size of, 18 city blocks, if not more, and none of their family has ever left there. It's crazy. That's why our character, who is a Voidborn, right? We picked that at the beginning and during the character creation. That's why they're distinct from other humans. Is because they are, like, actually, like, generationally adapted to space. Because they just live their entire lives on a void ship. I'd be the lady captain, right? There is no mistake, your ladyship. Lady Theodora before you is also the Lord Captain. Do not take your title literally. Think of it as a sacred rank that remains unchanging no matter who bears the warrant. You have been chosen by the Emperor to carry the honorable burden of the rogue traitor. High Gothic, whence this title originates, is a highly formal language, and so a certain level of inflexibility is to be expected. Abelard, have you succeeded in tracking down Voitvir? No, Lord Captain. In all the commotion, his trail went cold. Our people are still on the hunt for him and any mutineers who may still be skulking in the ship's many corridors. But frankly, I would not be surprised to hear that we are now one shuttle short. I am afraid that it will be some time before he answers for all that he has wrought. How did we come to lose so many officers? It appears the heretics were deliberately targeting the vessel's command. They knew exactly whom they were looking for and where they could be found, which is unsurprising, given that their informant on board was our own Master of Whispers. Hang Cuntrad by his toes and beat him like a pinata! Don't worry. We'll catch up to him. This is the second time that we can talk about not wanting to be the rogue trader. There's literally nothing you can do about it. Like, every dialogue option where you're like, I am not the rogue trader, I don't want to be the rogue trader, everybody else is like, well, too bad. Craft worlds are literally planet-sized, if that helps. Yeah, those are planet-sized spaceships. If you can even call them that at that point, right? Like, at that point, they're just artificial planets, in my opinion. But I'm not a astrophysicist or whatever, but... What's on the agenda? Reports on the condition of the ship and crew. The Lord Captain is not usually drawn away from her important affairs to attend such routine briefings, but this is a unique situation. I am still receiving updates from across the ship, and they are not encouraging. Getting this bird to fly could take a gargantuan effort, even so as far as you personally negotiating with the authorities of the system we are currently in. So prepare to hear a bevy of complaints and excuses, your ladyship. Take this opportunity to get a good look at the officers who work 6 decks away from the bridge, and they in turn will have the honor of beholding the visage of their Lord Captain. Let's start the briefing. With a gesture, Abelard relays the orders to the adjutants at the far end of the magnificent chamber. A dozen pairs of eyes bore into you, the expressions revealing restraint, joy, curiosity, and wariness. Attention, officers! You have been granted an honor. Lord Captain Ethel von Valancius will personally conduct today's briefing. Our most gracious Lord Captain is ready to hear your reports. We could be real snooty about it. Or we can have Abelard introduce some people. Abelard, will you introduce us, please? As you wish, your ladyship. Abelard points to a tall, slender woman whose body seems to contain as many implants as it does flesh. Vigdis Suri Otta of the Ptoleman line, our new Voxmaster. It is an honor to serve your ladyship. Aboard this vessel, you have at your command thousands of crew members and hundreds of officers and section chiefs. I am responsible for receiving, processing, and sending all communications between you and them, as well as external sources. I am your eyes and mouth, Lord Captain. Beside her is Ravor, the Master Helmsman. He steers our ship along the course set by the Lord Captain and monitors the void around us to ensure that we do not stray into an asteroid field or a pirate trap. The bearded man with pale, almost transparent skin, large dark circles under his eyes, and a dour expression that seems hardwired into his face, gives a sullen nod. Hail, Lord Captain. This here ship's as good as home to me, so rest assured she's in safe hands. I'll die before I let her come to any grief. And lastly, our high factotum, Janrus Danrock, who oversees supplies, procurement, and the general material well-being of the ship. Dressed in an embroidered jacket, the heavy-set man with oiled hair offers an obsequious smile and bows. It is an honor, your ladyship. You may trust me with all manners concerning your comfort. Everything will be done to the highest standard. In the second row, we have 3 officers charged with overseeing the ship's vital functions. The Master of Ordnance is responsible for the artillery aboard. The Infernus Master, whose crew work to prevent and extinguish fires on the ship. And lastly, the Drives Master, servant of the Omnissiah. I don't trust him at all. Janrock? Or Janrus? Danrock? Danrock. That's what I was trying to say. The 3 officers salute you. The Infernus Master does so with confidence, while the Master of Ordnance betrays nervousness. The Drives Master offers a salute resembling a dance, involving the complicated manipulation of all the Tech Priest's mechadendrites. He looks like a car salesman. Yeah, he's kind of greasy, huh? Is that everyone? Voxmaster Vigdis replies, unfortunately, our choir master, the esteemed Zachary Weiss, head of the Astropath section, is unable to join us. He is in charge of communications with distant star systems. Master Weiss has been in a trance for some time now, attempting to contact other planets in the Von Valancius Protectorate and inform them of Lady Theodora's passing and Conrad Voigtvir's treachery. I will deliver a report to your ladyship on the Astropath's progress as soon as it is possible to do so. High Factotum Janrus Danrock. It is equally regrettable that 2 more individuals worthy of mention could not join us at this briefing. The Master-at-Arms and Confessor Adalbert. The eminent Adalbert must see to the funeral services being held for the fallen officers, of whom there are too many for him to take leave from the chapel. And Mistress Sauerbeck, who has replaced her late predecessor as our Master of Arms, is currently leading the search for any surviving agents of Voidvir. All others present are adjutants, secretaries, and deputies. They are here to make a record of proceedings. Let's hear from the fireman. Heinrich Montag. He's a cool guy. But also he's hot. And he's hot. He says, "Yes, Lord Captain." The tall man bows his head in deference. "I can report that all fires across all decks have now been extinguished. The preliminary damage assessment in terms of material losses and crew casualties has been completed. The results have been submitted to the Seneschal and the High Factotum." He reminds me of Zaid in Mass Effect 2. Yeah. Abelard. The post passed to him after the previous Infernus Master and his next 3 deputies expired in the line of duty. Abelard remarks this in a low voice pitched for your ears only. The lad is managing well so far. He could take the heat, so to speak. Let's hear from the Drives Master. Zira Talar. A voice distorted by a Vox retranslator emerges from under the tech priest's scarlet hood. Lord Captain, the foes that set upon this noble void ship destroyed the repositories of hundreds of machine spirits. The great warp engine entrusted into my charge is unharmed, thank the Omniscia, but its spirit mourns its dead brethren. We have not yet identified a prayer protocol capable of assuaging its sorrow and anger. With great sorrow, I must also report that the Engine Seer Prime, Overseer, and spiritual authority of all tech priests on board fell in battle. The Magos was betrayed by the little flesh that remained part of him. A most terrible loss. There is no one among my comrades aboard whose experience and comprehension of the sacred protocols equals that of the fallen Magos. We require a replacement, and as soon as possible. Does anyone need a translation? We'll do it anyway. Would someone care to translate the esteemed Drive Master's words, please? The ship's most senior tech priest, most senior both in rank and in experience, is dead. If we do not find a replacement, we will be unable to resolve the problems with the warp engine. Answers the Vox Master instantly, without even thinking. This is not the first time she has acted as an interpreter between the ship's various inhabitants. Let's talk to the Master of Ordnance. These two are, like, a little more important, in my opinion, right? A little more all-encompassing of the ship. So I've been kind of going one by one to the most important thing. The Master of Ordnance gives you a gloomy look. Ashar Nai Talomo. No. My job's simple. Maintain the arsenal and fire when I'm told. But just ask anyone. We've got no able crew, no Lord Captain. Master of Ordnance, you forget yourself! Screams Abelard. So what? Comes the officer's hostile and bitter reply. It is as if a dam has burst inside and all his pent-up emotions are rushing out of him. The ship's in ruins. Every second officer's dead, and now we've got a green Lord Captain who's supposed to lead us to void knows where. Silence! Enforcers, seize this mutineer! I smack him over the head. If only one officer out of the whole lot has fallen to pieces, then that's not bad at all. Your ladyship, I do humbly apologize on behalf of the entire crew. What would you have us do with the Master of Ordnance? The former Master of Ordnance, I should say. Besides find a replacement, that is, for we already have one lined up. So, the Imperium answer, the dog... Damn it, cats. This is what I'm talking about. So sorry about that. Cats were being real crazy. Stepped away for a moment. Now my headset's all messed up. One moment. I know you guys can like barely hear me. There we go. I apologize. Anyhow, where were we? Oh yeah, we're discussing the punishment for this guy who basically just is like losing his nerve in front of us. Our third option here is just the like milquetoast I have no opinion option. And I don't think Ethel's like that. I think Ethel would understand. This guy's just kind of nervous, you know? Stand down. Release him. I have no intention of punishing a man for a moment of weakness, not after the terrible attack we have endured. Abelard stares unblinkingly at the Master of Ordnance. Cease your sniveling. You disgrace yourself and your entire clan. Enough. The hysterics are over. Let us resume. The Master of Ordnance stands up, wiping the blood from his broken nose. His face is the picture of shock. What just happened seems to be dawning on him only now, and the knowledge of the fate he so narrowly escaped. Master Helmsman, deliver your status report.
Right you are, Lord Captain. To cut a long story short, the outlook is bleak. The ship's sound, more or less. But with our engines Seer Prime and Navigator who fell in battle, we have no way out of the system. If we try to set so much as a toe inside the warp, I don't know what'll happen first. Our warp drive being torn to pieces, or all of us melting into the bulkheads.
Your ladyship, if you will allow me to interject, when we arrived in this system, my crew followed standard protocols and conducted a count of all the available communication channels in the region. One of them was a Navis Nobilite station. The station maintains complete vox silence, but even its presence here inspires hope. To have located a navigator in the very same system is an incredible stroke of luck. A true blessing from the God Emperor. A sharp bolt of pain lances through your skull as if in response to what you just heard. You understand that it is not the God Emperor you should thank for such good fortune. The words of the demon that appeared before you during the translation to real space echo in your mind.
I am the will of the Weaver of Destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. The thread that would lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation.
Helmsman Ravor says,
If I were you, I'd grab this chance with both hands, or else you'll soon be eyeing up asteroids to use as your new residence. In slightly less shitty news, we could go round and round this system till our heads are swimming as long as the promethium and supplies last. And if any thick as grok shit lowlifes come sniffing around, we'll be able to take them out. So don't you worry on that score.
High Factotum, what have you to report? We are toiling day and night to compile a full account of the losses. The task will require next to no involvement from your ladyship. I will personally ensure that all damaged components are given into the tech priest's hands for attention, and that all lost supplies are replaced. There's only one resource that I cannot replenish single-handedly, and that is people. We have lost more than 2,000 crew members, and unfortunately, this number is not confined to the scum from the lower decks, which are easily replaced, but also includes trained professionals. We will be able to make up our losses on the nearest planet, Rykad Minoris. However, the planet, the whole system, in fact, belongs to the Winter Scale rogue trader dynasty. We cannot simply begin recruiting on the planet without first coming to an understanding with the governor. In that respect, I am powerless. Negotiations at this level are a matter for the rogue trader. Listen, you zingy bastard. Abelard. Especially true, given Caligos Winterscale's penchant for attacking first and asking questions later, and the kind of thick-skulled thugs he usually installs as governors on his planets. To summarize, we have sustained serious losses in crew members, and we require a new Engine Seer Prime and Navigator. Is this all that is preventing us from continuing the voyage? Precisely, Lord Captain, but bear in mind that this will not be the end of our trials. The ship's systems must be properly inspected for major damage, which can only be carried out at Footfall Station, home to the only dockyard in the sector. But we will never reach Footfall without first solving these three immediate problems. What can you tell me about the system in which we currently find ourselves? I cede to the Voxmaster on this point. Mistress Tulliman? Voxmaster Vigdis. We are in the Rykad star system, and our voyage here was undertaken on the orders of your ladyship's predecessor. There are 3 inhabited bodies in this system, and our attempts to send Vox messages have produced confounding results. The Navis Nobilite station has not simply failed to answer, it seems to be maintaining total Vox silence. However, we did receive a distress signal from the prison planetoid in the system, and Rykad Minoris itself is also not responding to our hails. But what is most alarming is that our augurs have intercepted signals from the surface that seem to indicate ongoing hostilities on the planet. The situation is not very encouraging, but without a navigator, a tech priest, and new crew members, we won't be able to travel anywhere. Therefore, we must go to the planet and the Navis Nobilite station and find out what in the void is going on. Thank you all for your reports. Dismissed. The assembled officers salute you as one. Abelard, your ladyship, there is one other thing. A confidential matter of the utmost importance. Lady Theodora, your eternally esteemed predecessor, brought the ship here to this system for a reason. She was given a secret mission. You perhaps are wondering who has the authority to commission a rogue trader to do anything? And I shall tell you. The Lord Inquisitor, the hand of the Emperor, the chief architect of his will in the Coronis Expanse. So, the Inquisition is kind of what it sounds like, but because it's Warhammer 40,000, take whatever you're thinking of and dial it up just a few notches. The Lord Inquisitor is like the most powerful, politically most powerful person in the sector. Like, this guy is the top fucking dog. So, we're gonna tell Abelard about the letter. Yes, quite right. XC. Xavier Calcazar. Lady Theodora was to seek out the Lord Inquisitor's right-hand man, one Heinrichs von Calix. An interrogator, you understand. All I know is that he is somewhere in this system, and that we must find him and offer him whatever assistance he requires, and then deliver him to Footfall in the Furibundus system. Finding him without any more information to go on will be difficult indeed, but an Inquisitor is an important individual. The authorities in the system, either the Navis Nobilite or the governor of Rykad Minoris, may know something. That is all of it, your ladyship. You have a great deal of work ahead, but it is a mere taste of the daily burden of a rogue trader. Soon, you must take up the reins of the von Valancius Protectorate. Abelard gives you another scrutinizing look, as if trying to gauge how long you will hold out under this mountain of problems. His face softens slightly, and it seems he is about to offer some words of encouragement. But then... Idira? Sister Argenta, explain yourselves. The Sister of Battle grimly nods towards Idira. The Psyche is suffering some ailment, or dark madness. She insisted on seeing the rogue traitor. I judged that it would be unwise to leave her unsupervised. For a brief moment, Sister Argenta's voice sounds hesitant. I was also hoping to approach you with a personal request, but it can wait. Speak with me when you have the time, rogue traitor. Idira's glazed eyes rove over those assembled. One word bursts from her lips. Daybreak. If there's nothing else of value to report, I declare this briefing concluded. It is time to get to work. Oh, well. I didn't think that was going to literally... I guess I should have known that was going to literally end the conversation, but I didn't really think it was going to do that. This is Vigdis. Our Voxmaster. I like Vigdis. She's cool. She looks scary, but she's really cool. A thin, pale woman stands out among the rest of the crew. There's a thick bundle of cables coming out of the back of her skull and disappearing under her ceremonial garment, and you see the grate of a quietly humming Vox where her mouth should be. The woman sees you and bows her head in a respectful greeting. How may I serve you, Lord Captain? We're gonna announce our presence. The Voxmaster nods obediently and presses several switches on the device she's holding. It is done, Lord Captain. You address the crew with a rousing speech and hear your voice roll through the ship, reaching even the normally quiet corners of the vessel. When the broadcast ends, you hear distant shouts of approval. Voxmaster Victus is pretty cool. We need to level up. Okay, so we can upgrade a characteristic. We want to do toughness, probably. We're too squishy at the moment. I would like to do this because our last level gave us this, which means that any of our damage over time stuff can crit. So if we have that, and then we also get Bloody Mess here, there's a 10% chance to double critical damage on our damage over time effects. And I think that's pretty good. For Abelard, we are going to pick a talent, and I think thick skin's pretty good. Ooh, that's pretty good. Abelard has a pretty good parry. When the Interception. When the warrior parries an attack, their next warrior archetype ability costs -1 AP less. That's pretty cool. Ooh, better charge though? That's probably better. Ooh. Rigorous training. The warrior becomes incredibly deft. Charge and slash do not end the warrior's movement and grant plus 13% dodge for 1 round after use. That seems good. And then next we'll get ramming speed, I think. For Abelard... Come on, okay. Yeah, we'll put it into toughness. He's getting a bonus from something right now. Like an extra bonus. So that'll probably be pretty good. What do we have? Rigorous training, yep. And then we'll go toughness as well. Because Abelard's whole job is to be the tough guy. Tough old man. Older man, I guess. The Inquisition What a Show. I missed that from like a long time ago, huh? Shit, I keep forgetting to check. Probably willpower. We probably want to bump Adira's willpower so that she's less susceptible to warp fuckery. That's specifically Psyker stuff. Ooh, this is pretty cool. We want her to be a sniper anyway. Psychic Barrage. Whenever the Psyker uses a damaging psychic power on targets that are 6 cells or farther from the Psyker, the targets suffer an additional +3 damage. Not too bad. Alright. Argenta. I think we just, yeah, we want to bump up her shooting. Faux show. And... Ooh. Extra damage? Yeah. Let's get extra damage. Muzzle velocity. The first hit of each ranged burst attack deals additional damage equal to the weapon's current rate of fire. That's pretty good, because eventually we're going to be giving Argenta, like, a heavy bolter. And that's going to be dope. maybe even a stubber, a heavy stubber, which is just a goddamn like Gauss cannon from Halo. But it's like a machine gun, shoots real fast. I'm gonna throw out my BRB screen for just a moment. We'll do some stretching, all that kind of stuff. So we will be right back, and we'll get on with doing some cool Rogue Trader mystery stuff. Everybody needs to, yeah, stretch break. Thank you. Think about what we want to do. Do we want to go for the navigators? Do we want to go for the new crew members that we need to get to? Or do we want to go for the prison planet that they were talking about? Those are sort of our options, so keep your mind on it. We'll be right back. Okie dokie. Good stuff. Let's check our inventory real quick. We got a bunch of new stuff. So, we have +5 fellowship for each enemy in 2-cell radius. Or this new one, the Mantle of Heroism. Each heroic act used in battle increases the wearer's dodge by +20% till the end of combat. Ooh, that's not bad. It's pretty cool, too. Time for girls' night. Enjoy my Imperialing? Well, alright, you girls have fun. I'm sad I'm not included in girls' night, though. How come I can't be a part of girls' night? Girls' night can't include watching me smack heretics? I mean, thank you, love of my life. She gave me new water. Before I go, the fact that you are just Theodora. Yeah, when we were going through it, I didn't really want to say anything, but I was laughing on the inside about the fact that we just kind of made Theodora. But hey, what chat wants, chat gets, you know? Direct replacement. Exactly, yeah. You know, keeping the dynasty alive. And I like that our portrait kind of looks like a younger version of them. Like both. No questioning the lineage, yeah. I really do appreciate you guys, though. Thank you very much for stopping by. I don't know if I'll be playing this tomorrow, but I'll be back on tomorrow if you guys want to come back. So, have fun at girls' night. Alright, here's Abelard. Let her know when you're on. Well, thank you. Appreciate it. It helps because sometimes I forget. Okay, I love you. Bye-bye. See ya. See you guys. There's rumors of the Rogue Trader's ghost, the old Rogue Trader, Theodora. We're gonna come over here. Mostly because I believe if we go to the Lord Captain's quarters, we'll have more shit to pick up. This hefty tome contains schematics of the flagship of House von Valancius in addition to a plethora of notes, copies of reports, and other documents. And this majestic portrait, painted by a skilled artist, greets guests who have been granted permission to enter the Lord Captain's quarters. Tons of stuff in here to look at. Guess hear Geen in the background. Now he's mad because I made it so he can't knock things off with my dresser. The light glinting off the polished skull of some unknown Xenos makes it seem like the bony face is mocking you. I can't zoom in any farther. Oh, it's an orc skull. That's funny. A vault. What's in our vault? Oh, is this just how we access our cargo? Damn it, all to hell. And that's the struggle living with a bunch of pets. I'm just trying to think if we really need some of this stuff. I suppose we can. Yeah, we can do that. Here we go. Von Valancius cloak in the face of the sovereign. I think this is like DLC stuff or like free extra items and things. They're pretty cool. I don't think that they're like super overpowered. I think they scale pretty well. Cracked data slate. Huh. There's something else over here. There it is. An unfinished letter. So Kunrad failed to catch a spy. Interesting. We could change our appearance if we wanted, but I don't want to. Ethel's pretty cool. Anything else in here? Doesn't look like it. What about in the giant-ass fountain bath? Oh, there's people. There's a guy. Would you like to take a bath, your ladyship? Not right now. Got new junk. Let's see. Actually, you know what? Abelard can have a shotgun too. That's fine. And then we'll give Argenta the dual pistol backup. We're going to keep with Psychic Staff for now, but we're eventually going to switch to swords when we get access to a Force Sword, which is like a Psyker specific sword, I guess. There's some pretty cool ones you can get. And we'll probably pair that with our chain sword here. But for now, I think we might as well give it to Abelard as well, so he can rock the dual chain swords. +3 logic, what's this do? +1 resolve whenever they kill an enemy. We're not going to be doing a whole lot of that, actually, so... that's pretty good. That's fine. Indira can have this. Ooh. Okay, so the icons are pretty faithful. That's pretty crazy looking, honestly. It's like a servo skull, but a helmet. And then I think we're probably going to take this, right? Well, the wearer is at full wounds. They gain +5 to all characteristics. Yes, please. Yeah. Are these the same? They are. Bummer. Alright, well. There's the Lord's Chambers. Back to the bridge. Keen, how are you still finding ways to knock things over? Today's today of all days. Your day for destruction, huh? What is it? What is it, buddy? He just looks up at me like, what are you gonna do about it, punk? We want to go to other parts of the ship. Greetings, Lord Captain! to the Voidship Shrine or the Astropathic Chapel. Kind of sucks that we... It's of no interest. That's funny. I don't actually think that we have enough, because I think we need... There's a puzzle here in the Voidship Shrine to get some, like, pretty neat loot. But I think you need a full party, which is 6 in this game, not 4. I think you need 6 characters, because they all have to, like, individually stand on, like, a different little pressure plate. I don't remember what's going on with the Astropathic Chapel either. Let's go here.
Ugh, they're staring at me with their burnt eyes like I'm a leper. I'm just passing through, all right? So you lots can calm down.
Okay.
The duty prevails.
Just searching around. Just trying to search around. Finding loot. See, there's some loot. Haha. Sick.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
I forgot we made her, like, super aggressive. Zachary Weiss. That's that guy that they said couldn't make the meeting. Choirmaster Zachary Weiss, a tall old man in a long green robe, stands motionless in front of a cogitator. The closer you approach, the clearer you can hear his continuous, unintelligible whisper. You are about to call his name when he falls silent, sharply, and turns towards you first. Lord Captain. A visit from the rogue traitor is an honor for us. Like other astropaths at the chapel, the choirmaster's eyes are bandaged over with time-worn scrolls of sacred manuscripts. Nevertheless, you cannot shake the feeling that his otherworldly glowing gaze is studying you keenly. How can I be of use, your ladyship? Sanctioning is a brutal procedure, one which robs every astropath of the gift of sight, but in return they gain a new kind of vision that allows them to see what ordinary people cannot. The light emanating from beneath the bandages flickers with strange hues as the choirmaster clutches his temple. His expression shifts in a way you are well familiar with. It is the look of one who has glimpsed the grim signs that evil has left upon your soul. That odd noise inside the chapel does not bother you. On the contrary, Lord Captain, it is a mental focusing technique used by your flagship's choir. One that I invented myself. The music was written by an astropath. What my charges and I hear, and it is not what ordinary people hear.
Its true depth and beauty cannot be fathomed without the Emperor's blessing. The music protects our minds from rudimentary thoughts, purifies and sharpens them. But above all else, it serves as a beacon of sorts amidst the tumultuous sea of souls, a thread to lead us home from the deadly maze. Tell me about the choir. Of course, Lord Captain. Is there something specific you would like to know? What's this thing? It is a sacred compiler that helps us record, store, and to an extent unriddle messages. The astropaths first receive these messages in the form of muddled images dictating what they see to the machine, which logs their every word from the reels of the conceivers of the concealing. The machine recorded words are routed through lines under the floor into transcribers, and then the thesaurus core. This core is the most important part of the mechanism, as it contains a vast catalog of various symbols and the methods of their interpretation. The compiler matches the images and the message against its data and forwards the results to the central cogitator and myself so that I give it the ritual of decoding. I know of no other choir that possesses so wise a mechanism, and I praise the God Emperor for his existence. However, while the compiler hastens the extraction of the intelligible meaning for perplexing imagery, an astropath must still open their mind to interpretation, which is no less perilous than the rights of receiving or sending an astropathic message. If your machine knows the meaning of the symbols, why can't it decode the messages itself? Regrettably for us all, your leadership, astropathic messages are not ciphered dispatches, but rather psychic imprints containing information. Only an astropath can read the entirety of something created through the medium or the warp. Furthermore, as the messages pass through the material, they might become distorted by malevolent intent. It falls to your servants alone to shield their mind with faith and separate the true meaning from the influence of the ruinous vows. How does one become an astropath? I would assume that you know the answer already, your ladyship. You have walked a similar road yourself, even though you took a different turn than I. They're psychers, is what he says. We were all part of the Imperial Tithe once. Psychers delivered to Terra on the Black Ships, but only a few of the candidates had what it took to study astropathy. Fear still successfully completed the grueling training to be eligible for soul binding, and also almost none survived the initiation. We were given the privilege to behold the Emperor's light, a light flawless and searing. That light changes you. It wounds you irreparably. It takes your eyesight, but in exchange, you commune with greatness. His presence in our soul fortifies them as we stand against malicious powers. After the ritual, an astropath is assigned their position at this or that adeptus, an astropathic relay, or ship. More often than not, our first place of service is also our last. Says he's 34. I have business to attend to, Choir Master. We will speak later. That voice is really starting to get to me. I don't think I'll do that next time.
Let us walk this path to the end. Accomplished. I have proven myself yet again.
Okay. So back to the bridge, and we will move on. Space map. I like the space map. So, this is us. This is our little ship. And this is the system that we're in, the Rycad system. If you ever played Mass Effect, this is very similar to that. And, you know, pretty good, pretty easy. There's also ship combat. That comes a little bit later, but it's a thing. I think we should make contact with this astropath station. Lord Captain Astropathic Choir Master Zachary Weiss is asking to speak to you via a private channel. Okay, greetings, your ladyship. I can report that the choir is listening tirelessly to the Immaterium in the hope of picking up voices from the Dynasty's ships or worlds. However, we have heard something horrifying instead. Amid the Immaterium's tumult, something is screaming. This scream is driving your choir mad. Until it stops, we have no hope of contacting any of the Dynasty's worlds. It is coming from the Rycad system's astropathic station. What is the nature of this scream? We do not know, your ladyship, but it has brought the Immaterium to a boil. It has always been a violent, roaring ocean that could spell doom to any who would consider stepping into its waters. Now, however, it has become a cradle of madness where expelled images fuse together, twisting and cackling before crashing into the minds of all who perceive it. A mighty warp storm, the likes of which I cannot recall, rages in the Empyrean, and it fills me with terror. Alright, we'll go pay a visit to it. The astropathic station is dead ahead of the void ship. It is motionless. There is lifeless silence across its vox frequencies. Its lights are out. Even those who have no warp sensitivity can feel the presence of death. It is here, lurking in the shadows. All of this makes reading the reports of the ship's astropaths, who claim to be hearing an incessant ghostly howl emanating from the station, all the more disturbing. Let's try and hail them. They do not respond. Deploy scouting team. The enforcers offered their prayers and proceeded to enter the uncanny station. What they saw inside was monstrous. Astropaths upon their thrones, not quite here, not quite now, smudged, as it were, across time. Servants reliving their horrible deaths again and again, only to be reborn out of ashes and blood into more agony a moment later. The warp manifested itself here, twisting the very nature of existence. The main hall was covered in a crust of psychic ice. A green-robed blind old man sat motionless upon a tall throne. He was quite literally embedded in the ice, yet he was still alive and screaming. We're going to do this lore check and send Zachary to the station. Choirmaster Weiss boarded the station in person and proceeded to the choir's hall. He stood silently for hours in front of a man frozen in ice and held a telepathic conversation with him. Then Master Weiss offered a prayer to the God Emperor, and the unfortunate man passed away. Upon returning to the ship, Weiss reverently presented the Lord Captain with a grim trophy, the late choirmaster's amulet taken from his frozen body after his death. The psychic shriek carrying across the immaterium has been silenced, but this has brought the crew no relief. A chilling realization came to the astropaths when they discovered that the cry was masking a different sound, one even more terrifying and surreal. It was the melody of a cataclysm born from a warp storm of titanic power, so intense that the entire expanse must be able to hear it. It muffles astropathic messages and crawls into psychers' minds, evoking everywhere the same image. A dark, gaping, beastly mouth cleaving the universe in two. Now that the mad choir masters finally stopped screaming, the song of the immaterium has reached the rogue traitors' void ship too. Let's explore the station. A brief and chilling chronicle of the station's doom was found in the scribe's records. A warp disturbance of monstrous proportions wiped out half of the choir at once, turning the astropaths into living portals through which torrents of the immaterium's energies poured out. Those who lasted longer bellowed and howled about a black rift that had split the universe into before and after, and a darkness that would devour the Astronomican's light. Burn it all. Cleanse in fire. Void torpedoes shatter the fragile station. One can only hope that the unfortunate souls captured by the warp have perished, along with the station itself. Dun dun dun. Okay, so Urak 5 is the navigators. Rykad Minoris is, this is the major populated planet where they said might have something brewing. There's an unidentified void ship. This is Rykad Philia. Haha. The prison planetoid, even though it's a bunch of just weird symbols. So let's see what Rykad Majoris is all about. What's going on over here? Then I think we'll check out the ship. Okay. There's nothing here. Master Helmsman Ravor, the Vox crackles to life, and the Master Helmsman addresses you. What we have here, Lord Captain, it's not very noticeable, but there's a void ship sitting in the local asteroid field. It sure is quiet, like it's huddled up in there on purpose. It's not like I am surprised. The thing is more scrap heap than ship at this point. Somebody sure went to town on it. We are registering critical damage to the hull and depressurization of several compartments. Oh, there's an incoming transmission now, too. I got a bunch of like they're cutting out. We do not require assistance. Do you copy? Lord Captain, I am told our augurs cannot determine the allegiance of the vessel. To be brief, there is an unidentified and badly damaged vessel within an asteroid field near the Rykadi Philia colony that is refusing help. Which, not to put too fine a point on it, has not yet been offered to them. Can we establish communication? Let the vessel identify itself. Yes, Lord Captain. Connection is established. Unknown vessel, we are receiving you. Identify yourselves, I repeat. Identify yourselves. Do not tell him. We are done for him. This is Thunderfang. We are a merchant vessel. Do you copy? We are a private merchant vessel. Damage report. Telemetry shows multiple hull breaches, most likely caused by the guns of a combat ship. Several compartments are leaking air. The bridge has been almost completely obliterated. 2 of the engines are critically damaged. Somebody gave them a thrashing so solid, they barely managed to limp away. Let's ask him what happened. There's a bunch of talking all at once. We were just flying, minding our own business, straight out of the blue and opened fire. It was a miracle we could get away. Emperor protected, and then more fire. Who? Our folks are left without our help. We never got to them. Alright, well. They don't want our help. Let's keep going. Let's head to the prison planet. Aha. Chaos. All right.
Places such as this make me think of snow. Pure and untainted by human squalor. Under the frozen light of a star that illuminates everything. To the very depths of one's soul.
This is out of the ordinary.
Your ladyship, 1,000 pardons if I addressed you improperly. Have you come on behalf of Governor Medina, or are you here on other business? If it's the latter, you ought to know that there's been a riot at the local prison. It's quite dangerous here. I am rogue trader Ethel von Valancius. Now, introduce yourself. At once. Captain Raquel Vicari, servant of House Winterscale and the pilot of this shuttle. It is an honor to be greeting her ladyship von Valancius. I'm looking for a man by the name of Heinrich von Calix. He is here, perhaps? Unless it's one of the prisoners or guards, then it seems unlikely. There are no shuttles in working order other than yours and mine. There is nothing else anyone could have used to reach this place. Tell me about this planetoid. The only settlement on Raikadi Philia is a penal colony. The prisoners work in the mines and the domed quarries. They mine sulfur, serum dust, and sand, which is then melted down in a rather nondescript place, or so it was, prior to current events. What happened? There's been a prison riot on the planetoid. Sadly, it is being led by the prison warden himself, the Honorable Anathagon Casteglia. Interesting name. He has allied himself with the rabble that he himself was supposed to watch and declared Raikadi Philia to be independent of the authority of the system's lawful governor. I came here as a shuttle pilot alongside the Honorable Yvain Winterscale, son of Caligus Winterscale, rogue traitor, vanquisher of Xenos, forever triumphant over the enemies of humanity. Young Lord Winterscale wished to speak to the warden personally. The Honorable Lord means to put an end to this lawless treason. He and his escort left to meet with the insurgents while I was ordered to await their return. Yvain. One of his distant younger offspring. Yes, that's as much as I know about him, which means he hasn't distinguished himself in any meaningful way. So the warden himself is spearheading the riot. Yes. No one expected this. Master Casteglia is a nobleman from a respected governor house and a vassal of the House Winterscale. All of a sudden, he proclaimed that Raikkotti Filia was now his personal domain, that the prisoners were his subjects, and that he would never bow to anyone again. It's pure heresy. And I take it they're looking forward to a diet of sand and gravel? What kind of madman would start a revolt on a barren rock? Why would young Winterscale have felt the need to parley with the dissidents? She sighs quietly. It's a personal matter. Master Casteglia, the seditious warden, is Lord Yvain's childhood friend. When my lord heard of the riot, the news saddened him greatly, and so he rushed here without delay, in hopes of bringing his old friend to his senses, no doubt. The first Winterscale in my memory who prefers to talk first, rather than shoot and slash. You're quite right. Young Lord Winterscale is not his father's shadow. If he is determined to save his friend, he will try to do so, no matter what obstacles get in his way. Is there anything else I should be apprised of before I set out? Some of the rebels have holed up in the barracks. I don't know how many, but given this is the only way through to where the negotiations are taking place, I would expect heavy resistance. Please take caution, your ladyship. Lord Winterscale's guards mined the entrance so that the rebels couldn't get to the shuttle. I have no more questions. You may excuse yourself, pilot. Your ladyship, if I may have a minute of your time, I wouldn't ever have dared to trouble you with a personal matter, but the situation... In any case, have you been to the capital of Rykad Minoris yet? I wanted to ask if you saw a man there, a communications officer by the name of Jaspar. I have not yet been to Rykad Minoris, and know nothing of this officer's fate. That's a shame. May the Emperor keep that fool from harm. Thank you for your time, your ladyship. I don't dare delay you any further. Good luck to you, your ladyship. I will contact Lord Yvain's party over Vox and inform them of your coming. Alright. There's a trap. Go get it. Argenta?
Duty prevails.
Nice.
Know your duty.
I guess we get that on the other side?
See? Right there.
Argenta, don't you find it difficult to be without your sisters? You are a soldier without a squad.
I will fight alongside my sisters again. But my present fate is not a burden to me. No matter where I go, or who I am with, I bring death to heretics. That is what matters. The Emperor favors me today. I better myself through my service.
Nice. Prison Diary of Ati Shan, Part 1. Grok shit. Why me? Why? I missed my tithe payment 12 years ago. 12 years! The inspector's writ got lost somewhere in the bowels of the Planetary Administratum and was lying there this whole time, but they made sure to remember to tack on the fines every month. By the time they found the blasted paper and finally informed me, the total sum was so obscene that it would take 3 generations of my descendants, if I had any, to pay it off. My fate was sealed. Trial, sentence, prison. All because of some daft rotter who shoved my paper in the wrong box. To be fair, I think I got off pretty easy. My bed in the barracks is about as hard as that slab of rock crete I've got at home. Working in the quarry isn't much tougher than my old job, and the rules, void take me, that old sod that governs Rykad Minoris is a bloody sadist by comparison. It's a strange old place. I haven't been beaten once yet. The guards bark orders all the time, but they never hit us. They also got this kind of inner circle of special chosen prisoners. The Optimatum, they call it. I couldn't read the rest. Oh, here we go. The Optimatum, they call it. If you can get in, Emperor is my witness, you can get an actual day off. They let you out of your cell and into the yard by the big barracks. And I tell you what, they let you rest there and feed you better than whatever swill they're giving us in the canteen. They told me it's to improve our motivation and all that, to foster a stronger desire to reform and become a worthy servant of the Imperium once more. But I know it for what it is, just a club for the Warden's favorites. The same story as everywhere else. Suck up to the people in power, get some swanky perks. They say the whole thing was the Warden's idea. Funny man, our Warden. He looks more noble than nobility itself. Tall, groomed, teeth even. Eyes burning. Boots so polished you can see yourself when you move to lick 'em. But that nutter doesn't much want people licking his boots. He walks around looking like he's deep in thought, all right. With only a couple of guards at his side. He sometimes, if you can believe it, talks to prisoners. What's your name? He asks them all quiet-like. Why are you condemned? Do you feel remorse? He never even yells at no one, never orders to have him flogged. Instead, he doles rewards out to the special ones. Keeps telling us things like how we should strive to make society believe in us again. Whatever you say, Master Warden. Starting tomorrow, I'll be trying to join these optimates of yours. I'm stuck in here till the day I die, and that means no return to society for me. But with the Emperor's help, I might just join the ranks of the local elite. Oh, well then. Oh.
I will cast you into eternal darkness.
You'll make a suitable sacrifice.
Alright, we got a bunch of dudes.
I serve the ruinous powers.
Hi, Dean. You're still causing trouble over there. Where's that guy going?
God Emperor, move through me! Be the fire in my heart!
As the Emperor commands, I act.
I missed every shot.
Doubt is for the weak.
And that one hit the wall. She didn't step around the wall, she just fired straight at him. What the hell? Keen, you're such a dick. What are you doing? A cat. Jeez.
Chaos guides me.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Out of my way!
Such is the will of chaos.
Dira.
Was that you? Or... Will do. Farewell.
Thank you. Can I hit this guy? No.
Crush the feeble.
Oh, Abelard got knocked over.
Chaos guides me.
But a crippled in body. They corrupt in mind.
Time to slap! Show me what you've got!
I guess we'll
As the
shoot
Emperor...
that guy.
I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless.
I serve the ruinous powers.
momentum.
On it. What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Nice. Now Abelard can charge in and get this guy. Nice. Get out the shotgun and blast him. Nice.
My enemies shall be crushed like dust beneath my feet. And so shall it be done.
We'll let Argenta go twice. No, we won't. We don't have enough AP.
Chaos guides me.
Ha! Man, that's just a really awkward angle down there, isn't it?
You can escape the Emperor's judgment.
They who discern the future own the battlefield. But of course, will do. Was that you? Or will do.
Dang it.
Follow my lead. Let's patch you up.
Ministration is a holy task.
Victory is imminent.
The Emperor commands.
Set that guy on fire.
I won't suffer this. And so shall it be done.
Someone else can do this. We'll rule the stars themselves. I will do my duty.
Get him, Abelard.
At your beck and call. Indeed.
Oh, grenadier? That's probably not good. It's just a force grenade. That's alright.
Army maggot. Let's get to it.
Good parry.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Damn it.
On it. anything else farewell.
Nice, there we go. Should have known that the psychic power was gonna do it.
I'm not interested. At your beck and call. I've suffered worse.
High momentum.
Guided by faith. Doubt is for the weak.
I missed. Of course. Geen, will you stop scratching the shit out of me, please? I don't mind if you want to cuddle, dude, but, like, you don't have to do it so aggressively. He's just, like, in my lap, but he keeps digging his claws into the inside of my thigh. One of these days I'll have a cat cam for you guys. You can experience the glory that is Geen.
Not this Scryer's job.
I want to do St. Teresa's, I think.
Victory! I took care of this
Oh!
one.
There we go. Another letter. Another diary. Say hi to folks, Key. Say hi. Say hi. Of course. I get the microphone all up close to him and then he stops meowing like crazy. Of course. Wow, this guy's had a lot of knives. Another knife. Ooh, some armor. That's a special knife, too. I already read those, right? Yeah.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
The future you see could be the whispers of the archenemy. How can you trust your visions, Adira?
I don't think that's the question you wanted to ask. What you wanted to ask was, how can others bring themselves to trust a despicable psyker like me? Face it, sister. Not everybody's as pig-headed as you are.
Oh. My brethren, the dawn is nigh. The Optimates will guide us into a new existence. Yes, yes, dear brethren, have a taste of my steel. Oh, how I've longed for this, my dear brethren. Thank the throne. normal-looking faces. We thought we were gonna die here with these nutters. The old man, with a gap-toothed smile, drops his weapon and holds out his hands in a placating gesture. Please, don't shoot us, your nobleness. Let us speak a word. Well, this is a welcome change. Talking before shooting. Still, Lord Captain, the look of this, ragtag bunch hardly inspires trust. Give me a reason not to execute you on the spot. Here's the deal. We're honest, quiet inmates. We didn't want to riot, but, well, sitting it out wasn't really an option either. The warden's lapdogs made short work of those who refused to join in the festivities, so we had to, play along. That's all it was, play. We never meant no offense to Governor Medina, nor to the lawful authority of House Winterscape. Give us a chance, eh? We just want to wait till everything blows over, we can go back to our cells, quietly do the rest of our time. A repentant, honest heretic. How novel. Judging by Abelard's tone, the seneschal is utterly unimpressed by the old man's ingratiating monologue. If I spare you, what do I gain from it? Now. How can lowly jailbirds hope to thank your noble self? I have an inkling. You see, us here, we're, how should I put this, different from the rest of the prisoners in this place. They're all petty thieves from Rykad Minoris, and debtors, gutter snipes. They're no one serious. Now we, your nobleness, are cut from a different cloth altogether. We're fortune seekers from the void. Why don't we tell you we're on Footfall Station? You know Footfall, the only shipyard and the best market in all the Cronus expanse. So where on Footfall you can find some very serious, business-minded people, and how you can get yourself a very special discount from them on some very special goods. What kind of very serious people? The most serious kind, your nobleness. Have you heard about the Fellowship of the Void? It's the largest pirate alliance in the Expanse. There is no leader, of course, but there are some terribly serious captains who decided that cutting each other's throats over loot was, counterproductive. But cutting throats together, now, that's anti-counterproductive. And, well, their joint efforts leave them with an excess of spoils, so they need to dispose of it somehow. And I, your nobleness, just happen to know someone who handles such kinds of dealings on behalf of those very serious people. Tell me more about the warden and the riot. Why soil your tongue talking about that heretic? But, if you insist, here's how it is. The warden of this here prison, the Honorable Master Casteglia, was a crackpot from the start. The previous warden ran things the proper way. Prayer, 1 meal a day, work, a punch in the chompers from the guards, work again. But the new one, do you know what his first decree was? He introduced lunches and dinners. By the 9 devils, that's 3 meals a day. The man was obviously stark raving mad. Things only went downhill from there. The guards quit it with the teeth punching. The warden forbade them. Instead, the overseer started counting which prisoners were digging up more things in the quarry or swinging their pickaxes harder or whatnot. And then, would you believe it, they put together a list of the best workers. And if someone on that list also showed good behavior, that's when they'd get promoted to an optimate. That's the upper crust among us jailbirds. Or, well, that's how it was at first. Then the warden decided it's the optimates, not the guards, who should be in charge of the punishments. And that it wasn't the overseer's job to watch the prisoners work, it was the optimates. Well, let me tell you, that's when these goody two-shoes really started to shine. The guards aren't even in the same league as our dear fellows, the optimates. In the old days, we had maybe 5 or 10 stiffs kicking it a week, and now we were lucky if it was only 50. And that wasn't even the end of it. Warden Casteglia moved out of his chambers to live right in the quarry, under the dome. And I think something in his new home really scrambled his brain. He began spouting the wildest things like, "The optimates are saints who will behold the truth." And he started taking them to the quarry. Not all of them returned. The ones who did, you wouldn't recognize them. More beast than man. They were butchering people, left and right, even guards, and overseers. The warden himself had armed them. And that's the whole sob story. But I knew it from the moment he let us have dinners. Now this won't end well. Adira says, the old codger's right. Whenever nobles start giving handouts to commoners, something always goes wrong. I mean that with all due respect, your ladyship. No offense intended. I like powerful friends. Shadow quarters and footfall. Tell a certain Riza that Grandpa Bakval says hello. Ooh, we could invite them to our ship. Most grateful. Cool. Well, we were having personnel problems. Now we have less of a personnel problem. Not like much less, but a little bit.
Accomplished!
Accomplished. Got a las gun. That's pretty sweet. Ooh, and that leveled us up again. I think we just got 2 levels.
Duty prevails.
Blow that one up.
Nothing escapes my sight.
Oh, very nice. The foe hammer. Ooh, shotgun pistol. That's pretty spicy. When the wearer uses Endure, they immediately remove one of the effects on them in the following order: burning, toxin, bleeding. Interesting. Diviner's staff. That's also pretty cool. But I think we have more to explore. Yeah, there's like
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Ooh, there's a bunch of dead guys.
I have proven myself yet again.
Before you bears a familiar scent, that of the dark forces of chaos. Another diary. Severed human body parts. Alright, well, out the door, I suppose. Oh, I didn't want to go down here, I don't think. Vain Winterscale. Lady von Valancius, my greetings. May the light of eternal Terra shine forevermore. The young man before you offers an impeccably courteous bow. He then straightens his back and looks you in the eye, not as a show of defiance, but with cool confidence. It is a gaze with which one graces an equal. The Vane Winterscale, younger son of Caligus Winterscale, at your service. We will greet him with decorum. Lady Ethel von Valancius, I am pleased to make your acquaintance. As am I. Please accept my apologies for the slight breach of etiquette. Here and now is neither the best place nor time for protracted ceremony. We'll talk about the matter at hand. Okay, we said we'd accompany him, but I want to loot. I don't think we're gonna need to pick the lock. We have the guard key, right?
The duty prevails.
Yeah. It just goes to the warden's office. We will knock this over. Very nice. Let's level up. Got a new talent. Increase our officer's range. Bonus to perception and ballistic skill. That's pretty good. Yeah, let's make our stuff cheaper. That sounds good. And we will pump weapon skill. Yeah, we got some big numbers going now. That's what I like to see. What catchy overhaul mod is this one? Hey Regiro, how's it going? This is Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. All good here. What about me? We're doing good. We're doing real good. This is a CRPG made by the people who made the Pathfinder games, Pathfinder Kingmaker and Wrath of the Righteous, Owlcat Games, and a personal friend of mine, a local friend, was asking me the other day to teach her how to play, and I was on Steam, and it turns out I had the season pass for this game, and there's a new DLC coming out here in a few days, so I figured we start playing it. You caught us just after kind of the tutorial section here. We're just kind of getting into the meat of the first bit of story. Abelard, he gets a new ability. I think we're going to, because Abelard's our big tank, right? So we're gonna give him the taunt. And then we will with our athletics. We'll just keep bumping it up. Bump it, bump it, bump it up. Dira, our sniper, she gets another talent as well. That's pretty cool. Ooh, that's good. We'll pick up that. Weak power, weak body, weak soul. Exposed weakness also reduces enemies' toughness and willpower by -9 for a round. We'll bump perception. That's probably a good idea. Argenta, we'll just keep going with her ballistic skill for now. I want to max that out, honestly. She's our main damage dealer right now. She also gets an ability. Nice. I think we'll take this one. Concentrated fire. Bursts are not considered area attacks. Okay, so maybe that's not what we want. Maybe we do want rapid fire. She does a lot of burst attacks, not a lot of area attacks. Okay. Ranjiro, do you know a lot about Warhammer? Nope. Have you ever heard the term grimdark? That's what it's called in English. I'm not sure how it would translate to Portuguese, but Warhammer was the first sort of IP to kind of cement what the grimdark aesthetic was. This game is based off of a tabletop system, a D100 tabletop system, which is actually real, that you could play, based on the Warhammer property, Warhammer 40,000 property. It's pretty cool. I don't know. I'm gonna let Argenta be beefier, I think. She can have a grenade. In any case, I guess, I hope everybody is enjoying our time here in the world of Rogue Trader. Immunity to horrors of the warp? Well, don't mind if I do. I'm not a diviner. We might as well fill up. Fill up on all the grenades. This is better. Mordheim City of the Damned? Absolutely, yeah. That is the Warhammer fantasy stuff, which is they kind of started both. I don't know the exact timeline, but they started a sci-fi and a fantasy version, sort of the same universe at the same time. And Mordheim is definitely part of the fantasy stuff. I've played that too. It's not bad. Squad based, like almost like a modern extraction shooter, but it's a decently old game if I am recalling correctly. But yeah, you're on the right track. I would say that Warhammer Fantasy is much more interesting than the Warhammer 40,000. Not that Warhammer 40,000 is bad. I just think Warhammer Fantasy is better. It's more interesting. They've got some cool stuff. I think we are going to give this to Abelard. Ads. Oh! All good. All good. We wanted to give that to Yadira, right? Why not? Might as well. She's got a body glove, yeah. Oh, the last gun's definitely better. She can have a couple grenades too. Also can't use it. I think we're gonna bump up our armor just a bit. Start rocking some medium armor. Yeah, that'll be okay. Okay. Let's come back over here and talk to Yvain again. I guess he doesn't. He just wants to go forward. The accretions on the outside of the structure indicate some regularly occurring natural phenomenon, possibly poison gas emissions. Ew.
Accomplished.
Ha! Sneaking around the bad guys.
I have proven myself
Evidence
yet again.
suggests that the victim was killed by poison gas. So glass-making quarry.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Ooh, more grenades. Nice. Nice. Less nice. But loot is loot. We got really close before they noticed us. The ad break over? Should be. I just want to make sure that I'm not moving on too quickly without everybody, you know? Warden Casteglia. Everything in the appearance of the man walking towards you, his every gesture and his very demeanor, speaks of his noble birth. This creates a stark contrast with his hair, a matted knot that clearly has not seen a brush in weeks, and his crumpled and filthy clothing. His face is pale, and his eyes burn feverishly. Who are you? I was expecting my friend Devane, not an intrusion. Then your wait is over, and... However, I do not come alone. I am accompanied by the Honorable Lady von Valancius. I should have guessed it would be you. What do you want, enemy of Aurora? As the Warden is speaking, a strange sensation draws your attention toward the ground, specifically an open pit in the loose dirt. A single word spontaneously surfaces in your mind. Cradle. The pit itself does not appear to be of much interest, but at some point it housed something of great importance, something faintly familiar to you. The Warden's words are suddenly drowned out by a chorus of voices in your head. The entity that still dwells in the recesses of your mind rejoices in a cacophony of cries. This place, it holds great significance for the entity. In the frantic chanting of the voices, you can almost make out words that speak of an ancient grave, one that was opened for it contained a priceless treasure, a most coveted prize that was retrieved by the faithful after a centuries-long search. That pit, there's something special about it, is there not? An item of value was once buried there. Now tell me, Warden, what was the item, and who took it from here? You are too late, enemy of the truth. This bastion has already fulfilled its great purpose. You will never find the trail of the reclaimed relic that now rests in the hands of the devout. And who's Aurora? Oh, so you've managed to barge in here and interfere with the prophetess's designs without even knowing who she is? But it is too late now. You will never attain sight. All you can do is accept your fate. I do not like it when people take the prophetess Aurora's name in vain. I desire your death, enemy of the truth. Wait! The time for words has passed. Optimates, give your power to this harbinger of Aurora. Let our foes see the truth, or become awash in blood.
Before the faithful.
Surrender to the dark powers.
Surrender to the dark powers. Let's see here. Argenta, we'll put you over here. Yeah, no, you can go there. That's fine. Actually, you can go there. Ooh, Argentus first, huh? Okay.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Wait, we wanna let's use our powers here. Yeah.
I'll do it.
Strike using prayer. With you, my emperor.
Nice.
As
Good
the
shot.
emperor commands, I act.
And then we will run a gun.
The enemies of the emperor will be undone.
I'll do it.
And we'll just shoot him once. Hell yeah.
Out of my way!
Through pain and hardship, we prove our devotion.
Ha! Shot his own guy. We're gonna psychic scream this guy.
What is this foreboding?
Yep, because that was gonna happen.
Will do. Anything else?
Rejoice in service.
Abelard, save my ass.
I will do my duty.
Thank you.
At your beck and call.
And so shall it be done.
Parried him, nice. That was pretty sick. We can stay up with this business. That's fine.
Powers.
Target well struck.
Here we go. Follow my lead.
That's not what I thought he was gonna sound like based on his description.
I will. Hold on. Out of my way.
Cleanses the
Chaos
body.
guides me.
High momentum.
Killed his own guy. That was hilarious. Let's come over here,
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
where we can reach both of these guys and miss almost every shot. Oof. But
In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave.
we can potentially...
As the Emperor eradicated.
I'll do it.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment. That is not the Emperor's will.
Okay.
Just a minor setback.
Nice. 0 damage for that. That was sick.
But of course. Was be gone. On it.
Nice. Okay, we want to...
This is beyond me.
I guess we'll let Argenta go again.
Rejoice in service.
No biggie.
Doubt is for the weak.
She missed. So I guess we'll smack it.
Actions will speak louder than words.
Ooh, nice. Got him. Or maybe not? The hell? Oh, these things like... They must like resurrect him. That's messed up, man. I didn't know that. I would have spread my guys out a little bit more.
I'd rather not.
Let's get to it. Weapon at the ready. Let's make it quick. Death to non-believers!
Guided by faith! I'll do it.
Nice.
Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Anything else?
7 stacks of that. Let's do our
Will do.
weakness now. Because he's in a good position.
Anything else?
She didn't get nothing.
Was that you? Or...
Rejoice in service.
Take that.
I cannot comply.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. Indeed.
Nice.
At your beck and call. It will be done.
Chainswords for the win. Shred 'em.
Let's get to it.
Please don't shoot Abelard.
Stay vigilant. I serve the ruinous powers.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Righteous fury.
Each stroke is a prayer.
Nice, there we go.
Doubt is for the weak.
Cover me! But of course.
Just trying to think of the order of operations I want to do this here. Let's put this on this guy. I think we just want to shoot him.
On it.
Oh, there's one behind me. I didn't notice that. Shit.
I will not be deterred.
Heh. We'll let
And
Abelard
so shall it be done.
take our
I can't allow myself to do this. I
the
am
entire
but a vessel
turn
for a higher purpose.
so that he can
My
get up
place
here
is
to
at
this
the
lens thing. Nice. Good job, Abelard. That's the Emperor turn as well. Oh, and then it's just his turn again. Sick.
I've seen worse battles
That
than this
looks-
in my time. I will do my duty. Victory is imminent. It will be done.
On my way. Break their morale. Here we go.
I'll do it.
I think I missed every
As
shot.
the Emperor commands, I act. The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
Not sure if I made any of those shots either.
I know what is to come. Will do. Anything else? But of course.
I guess we just smack him.
Actions will speak louder than words.
Try to. Let's see if we can charge Abelard over there.
At your beck and call.
Not quite. It's just got a shotgun.
Hold on. My faith strengthens me. Let's get to it.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. I'll do it.
Nice, good job.
Doubt is for the
Argenta.
weak.
Anything else?
It's like a sweet spot. There.
Will do.
Or I could get both of the things.
Your end is nigh.
The end is nigh.
The Emperor commands.
Follow my lead. It will be done. That's not the Seneschal's job. I will do my duty.
Follow my lead.
God damn it. My allies are hitting me. Everything here must be purged with fire. Anne, what have you done? Curious indeed. Just what exactly has he done here? I do not know, nor do I want to know. These ravaged people, this strange glass, all this talk of Aurora. These are abundantly clear signs of lunacy and heresy. I wish I could understand how the man I knew came to be this way, but one should not peer into the abyss. You've got that right. That abyss happily swallows up wretched commoners and polished aristocrats alike, and it likes naive idealists best of all. May I invite you aboard my ship, Yvain? I would like to continue our acquaintance. I thank you for the invitation and accept it gladly. I will arrive by my shuttle in a little while. If you'll excuse me, I would like to be alone for the time being. Your eye is drawn to the shards of the enormous lens scattered around the broken device. At first you are uncertain as to what troubles you, but suddenly the realization hits you. The glass shimmers in a unique way, just the same way as the shards of the unknown broken object you found near Theodora von Valancius's desk. What's the matter, Lord Captain? Why are you so interested in... By the Imperium Saints, it cannot be! I see it too, whatever that thing in her study was. It was made from the same material as this junk. What? What? It's a mistake. Slander, meant to blemish the good name of a person who is now dead and cannot even defend herself. First those minions of the archenemy murdered Lord Captain Theodora, and now? This cannot be tolerated. It will not be tolerated. Come now, Abelard. Remember what she was like. Brazen, assertive. It was like her entire life was a race against fate, until fate caught up with her in the end. She would have gone head first into a black hole if she had thought it would put her even one step ahead of everyone else out in the expanse. If we could just find out what she was keeping in her desk, and why she went to get it during the attack. How bitter it is to know that you were born from bad blood. But do not let this knowledge drag you into darkness. The sister's words ring with a genuine, sincere hope that you be blessed with a worthier fate. She does not appear to be shocked by the news of Theodora's possible heresy. Life must be so easy for you sanctimonious preachers. A dubious trinket and you no longer see a person, you see bad blood, an annoying hindrance. How dare you admonish me? We are speaking of abetting the archenemy. A person who has tainted themselves thus can never justify their actions. Sure, why go through all the trouble of trying to make sense of anything when you can just label them a heretic and call it a day? Except, dear friend, I seem to remember that you didn't mind Theodora so much while you were aboard the ship. You didn't leave her side for even a moment. She rescued you, aided you, and your adoration wilted the moment you heard an accusation sullying her memory. You weren't surprised or upset. You just gave up on her and moved on. Oh man, I don't think we get involved. I think we say nothing there. What'd that guy have on him? A las pistol? A noble sword? Ooh, better light armor? Not bad. Getting the treasure. Nice. Anything else? This guy's got some stuff. A step roller. Artisan. Suck. Alright, well. That's the prison planet. Good job, guys. We did it! We saved the city.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Your ladyship? Rebellion has been crushed. I have news of your lord. Is Lord Winterscale alive? Is he alright? He is safe and in one piece. I shall receive him as a guest on my ship. So ready the shuttle. Consider it done, your ladyship. Thank you for the good news. Ready the shuttle for launch. Could never do a good Optimus Prime, which is too bad. Big Transformers fan. Permission to report, Lord Captain. Over the past few days, I received several messages from different decks complaining about anomalous behaviors in the ship's cogitators and servitors. The machine spirits are restless and rebellious, and no tech litany or ritual of pacification can rid them of this obstinacy. The tech priests can deal with the vessel's systems, but the servitors, they make errors in their tasks, disobey orders, change the assigned rituals, or sometimes downright freeze, as if in a trance. Lord Captain, occurrences such as these are caused by errors in cogitator calculations or have some other sensible explanation. I beseech you not to take after those who whisper about the ship being cursed or possessed. Oh, don't start, old man. All these peculiar happenings have long since turned into local legends. A door slams shut, a lumen starts flickering, folk have grown used to all that, so our resident ghost has decided to up the ante. I'm telling you, things are only going to get worse from here. The technomats inspected the servitors and concluded they posed no danger. According to the servants of the Omnissiah, such behavior is caused either by the echoes of minds not completely eliminated or by manifestations of the machine spirit's will. Nevertheless, the faulty servitors make the crew's tasks considerably more difficult, and High Factotum Janus Danrock would like to discuss how he should deal with the defective property. He is awaiting your audience on the bridge. Oh, well then. Lord Captain, I'm sorry to disturb you. It's pandemonium outside the bridge gate. One of the officers seems to be demanding an audience with you in person. I think I hear Master Wersarian's voice. In any case, I wanted to warn you in advance. And that's why I didn't just immediately go back to the bridge. I figured that was going to happen. Hadn't had that event pop up yet. The everyday sounds of the bridge are disrupted by voices raised in anger. Abelard's voice, the loudest of all. This is not the conduct of an officer. These are the antics of a high-born brat out on a lark. Explain yourself, Lieutenant. Avril Event, the young woman standing before Abelard, strives with all her might not to quail under the onslaught of her superior's anger. She falters, but then manages to look him in the eye and say, I apologize, sir, but I must speak to the Lord Captain. Very well, Lieutenant. You may address the Lord Captain, not least because I see you have already seen fit to disturb her. Your unauthorized appearance on the bridge and a display of belligerence toward a higher-ranking officer will be logged on your personal file without delay. Lord Captain, Lieutenant Avril Event, requesting permission to speak on a matter of extreme importance and urgency. You may speak, but I want to hear a report, not a shouting match. Having two officers bickering in full view of the bridge is unacceptable. I am sorry, Lord Captain. I thought the drastic times called for drastic measures. This matter cannot wait. Any minute now, an assault unit will be dispatched to the lower decks on orders to crush the workers' strike by any means necessary. But I am convinced that this step is unwarranted and that the crisis itself was provoked by the actions of one of the senior officers. Vent is almost trembling with tension as she delivers her speech, her face extremely pale. Abelard, in no hurry to intervene, lets out a skeptical huff. He glances at Sourback, who is standing not far from him, but she maintains a stony expression. Lord Captain, I urge you to investigate the actions of Seneschal Wersarian and to intervene in what's happening on the lower decks, because very soon we will have a mutiny or a massacre on our hands. Vent reels off the last words as though she knows them by heart. She has clearly been preparing to say them for some time. When she is finished, she casts an anxious glance at Abelard and then at you. There's an insurrection in the making aboard my ship, and no one has informed me? I would not deem it a problem worthy of the rogue traitors' attention. The lower decks, as it so happens, are in revolt. 30-some years ago, we even had a revolutionary leader rise up who dared to establish workers' rule across the entire ship. It took a month to restore order, but even 8 years later, we were still battling rumors that the hero had survived his execution and was on the verge of gathering people to fight against tyranny once more. Needless to say, the rumors were baseless. As for the current situation, we have sufficient enforcers to deal with it. But on this ship, the word of the Lord Captain carries more weight than a salvo from 100 bolters. I'm sure that if the rogue traitor addressed the malcontents directly, she will quell the unrest. I dread to think what problem you will disturb the rogue traitor with next. Perhaps you will ask the Lord Captain to break up brawls in the mess room. I have already given you the means to resolve this problem. You simply need to use them. If I may, your ladyship, sending a hit squad to crush the rebellion is a means of ignoring the problem, not solving it. How did all this start? The situation could boil over at any minute, so I'll give you the condensed version. It all began when the enforcers found a cultist amulet on the body of someone who'd been killed in a drunken brawl. We reported it up the chain immediately, arranged for a cleansing rite to be performed, and opened an investigation. No heretics have been found alive, but the search has brought tensions between enforcers and workers to a head. Where does Seneschal Borsarian come in all this? I shall explain. I beg you to hurry. Time is running out. I will not hurry. Since my competence is under scrutiny, I shall speak for as long as I see fit. There is an established order to the way things are done on this ship, and one of the pillars of that system is that the rogue trader's attention is not distracted by trivial matters. It is the Seneschal's role to ensure that. I have always handled internal problems myself, so of course, when I received information about cultists hiding on the lower decks, I took the matter in hand. So long as I live, not one of the vermin who murdered Theodora von Valancius will find refuge on her ship. You are far too heavy-handed, Seneschal Borsarian. Arrests, interrogations, mass punishments for entire sectors? It's driven the people to the brink. Now there is a strike on the lower decks, in Depot 4 to be precise. 3 worker clans are involved, but many more are passively supporting them. The situation could degenerate into an all-out insurrection, but when I reported my concerns, the only response I received was an order to dispatch an assault unit and crush the strike with maximum force. What is Depot 4? Depot 4 is one of the poorest sectors on the lower decks. It is home to clans of general laborers. They are not as valuable to the ship as the families who have served its specialized systems for generations. They are an easily replaceable resource, and one which is now, more besides, giving succor to cultists and minions of the archenemy. Depot 4 is poor and troubled, but at worst that means drunken fights and illegal rotgut brewing. We have handled the workers of Depot 4 in the past. We would have done so again if the crackdown on Depot 4 hadn't been so harsh. And another important point to bear in mind, the problem is not limited to this sector. It's located on one of the most populated lower decks, and everything that happens there has a knock-on effect on all of the neighboring sectors. Master-at-Arms, the ship's enforcers report to you, and yet you seem hesitant to provide your own perspective. Lord Captain, unlike Lieutenant Vent, I respect the chain of command and realize that it is not within my right to challenge my superiors. Sauerback bows her head in Abelard's direction. However, a moment later, a serpentine smile appears on her lips. That being said, while I entirely share Master Borsarian's opinion on what fate Depot 4 deserves, I must note that this insubordination is a direct consequence of practices that he himself has introduced. Mistress Sauerback, I see you have decided to follow the Lieutenant's example after all. Such behavior does you no credit. I see. Evidently, my officers are anything but a shining example of unity and adherence today. I only have myself to blame, I suppose. So, Abelard, what do you have to say to all this? I see no need to add anything. I acted within the remit of my authority, guided exclusively by the best interests of your protectorate and your personal safety. If you wish to confirm the rectitude of my actions for yourself, I have no objections. For my part, I urge the Lord Captain to go down to the lower decks, stop the assault unit, and speak directly to the people. You will see that they are not lying or harboring heretics. That way you will stop the uprising before it begins. I am certain the Seneschal was acting within his authority. but I will verify the soundness of his decisions for myself. Throne preserve you, Lord Captain. I thank you for your support. An enterprise bordering on the sophomoric? But please yourself, Lord Captain. However, I categorically insist that I escort you. Lord Captain, I regret that the enforcers were unable to handle the situation, which then led to your and the Seneschal's involvement. I consider it my duty to go to Depot 4 myself and see the expedient resolution of this incident. More ship stuff. Nobles from the upper decks, wowee! It's Wurzarian! Take that, scum! Abelard reflexively wipes the sweat from his brow in a startlingly human gesture, and a telling one. A rare moment where he allows his age and weariness to show through his armor-like veneer of self-assurance. The lower decks are a source of endless problems. Sometimes I dearly regret that we cannot replace all the locals with servitors. Did you hear? They were shouting your name. Of course they were. The organization of the daily routine life of the ship rests upon my shoulders. The mountain of challenges and problems from which I endeavor to insulate you, Lord Captain. The situation on the lower decks has been cause for concern, but I have intervened personally on more than one occasion. That must be why they remember me. They do not know your face. To them, you are akin to a creature of legend, one who has stood on the steps of the Golden Throne no less. Whereas I am the man whose name is attached to every order docking rations or lowering a bay's heating. They dared to disrespect a senior officer. They would not have the chance to express such disrespect if we were not here, and if the situation had been dealt with by the relevant officers. It is a junior officer's worst failing to pass problems up the chain of command. I have never been able to abide it. I shall say again, Captain, it was a mistake to come here on Lieutenant Vent's whim. I must admit that the lieutenant is by no means the worst material for an officer. But in the name of Terra, the girl is the same age as my eldest great-granddaughter, and she has the gall to tell me how to manage the lower decks and hunt down cultists. It will be another 20 years at least before she can be trusted to act without oversight. Let's keep moving. We need to get to the bottom of this.
Let the faith guide my path to glory!
So they're a little pissed at Abelard here.
I still do not see our purpose in coming here.
Relax.
I think I skipped through some dialogue there. Whoops. The sounds of a heated discussion reverberate through the ship's bays. Lieutenant Avril Vent of the ship's enforcers is barring the path of her superior, Master-at-Arms Jocasta Sauerback, who has arrived clad in armor. Judging by their expressions and tone, the standoff has dragged on for some time already, and has now reached a boiling point. Lieutenant Vent, my patience is wearing thin. I have given you an order. Now get out of my way. I cannot comply with that order, ma'am. This is my deck and my sector. So long as this area remains under the Lord Captain's special oversight, no action can be taken without my express permission. There are only 3 people who are authorized to make me stand down. The first officer, the rogue trader, and the Emperor himself. So not all of my lessons fall on deaf ears, Abelard mutters in crabby approval. He does not clarify whether he means Vent, Sauerback looming over her, or both. Your ladyship. Noticing you, the 2 officers snap to attention and salute, their subordinates following suit a moment later. We encountered some locals on our way here. Their conduct was outrageous. They even tried to throw things at us. Vent's gaze is full of worry and regret. The people are getting desperate, clearly. They saw the assault unit and they decided they had nothing left to lose. I mean, I apologize, Lord Captain. It is outrageous. I'm sure the people simply didn't recognize you. It wouldn't have occurred otherwise. We will deal with them once the current situation is resolved. What's the situation? Your ladyship, my people have locked down the bay where the strikers are, including their leaders. We have the situation under control as far as resources allow. Under control, Lieutenant? I came here to lead an investigative unit, and what do I see? The rabble is on the verge of mutiny. There is nothing to investigate. This simply calls for immediate repressions and firing squads. And you, Vent, are a step away from facing charges yourself. Is that all you have to say? Are you sure you're worthy of an officer's rank, Lieutenant Vent? For a split second, Vent freezes in fear, but she pulls herself together, straightens, and clips out, "Forgive me, Lord Captain. I will take steps to ensure such a thing does not happen again. I want to speak to the strikers." Abelard's mouth twists, but he restrains himself and says nothing. "Right you are, Lord Captain. Allow me to wish you good luck."
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
A container can be seen beyond the massive bars. Perhaps examining the pipe will allow you to reach it. There's a puzzle. Nice. Greetings, your graces! Wow, nobles from the upper decks down here to see us. A dozen pair of eyes stare apprehensively at you. The people before you are typical inhabitants of the lower decks. You take in their simple clothing, crude weapons, and faces that display varying levels of mutation, from the barely discernible to the strange to the outright grotesque. A whisper passes through the crowd, and you detect a mixture of fear, astonishment, and joy in their reactions. Finally, 3 people break away from the crowd, an elderly woman and 2 men. These must be the leaders. They bow clumsily before you. "Lord Captain, you've come down to us." "We were attacked on the way here. How do you explain that?" "Here's an explanation for you. The people have been pushed to their limit and now they're lashing out. As if we don't know why these top deck units are being sent down here. Like that one there that the lieutenant won't let past. Our clans are all inside the bay and that's been sealed off. But the lower decks are big. I'm sure there are some people who've had just about enough. We're getting it from all sides. The soldiers have encircled the ones who've risen up. A death squad has just arrived. So wonder folks are lashing out." Their words seem sincere to you. Their bodily language and the glances traded between them reveal that the news of the attack has shocked them. "Tell me what is troubling you. Why are you striking?" "Striking? That's news to us, your ladyship. All we're doing is asking questions, saying what we think." "Shut up, Rivet. Here's the deal, your ladyship. Your damned enforcers are all over us down here. They say they're looking for cultists. One wrong word, and they're reaching for the batons. If they want to punish someone, they turn off the heating to whole bays for a week at a time, so we get sick and freeze. In my clan, 2 little ones died from inflammation in their lungs, all because of those enforcers." The old woman spits on the floor and rubs at the spittle with the toe of her worn-out shoe. Argenta does not interrupt the workers, but you see the sadness well in her eyes when the children's deaths are mentioned. She quietly whispers a requiem prayer and makes a sign over herself. It's all true. Vent is the only Enforcer officer who stood up for us. It's clear as day who had a mother from the lower decks, and who grew up amidships and has no fellow feeling toward us. The grim man with a scarred face throws up his arms. Your ladyship, we're no villains here. We're honest workers, your servants. We've plotted no disorder, we went on strike openly, and now we've got guns pointed at us. All we're doing is asking to be allowed to work in peace, without being harassed. The persecution started apropos of nothing, you say. I was told that one of you was found in possession of a cultist amulet, and that there are heretics hiding here. A cultist amulet? What's that? The gewgaw they found on the dead drunkard? It was something evil or forbidden, we sure didn't know. The enforcers just said they was looking for heretics among us, and anyone obstructing their investigation would be punished. But how could there be heretics here? We know our own people. There have been no new faces around. Definitely not. And if there were, we'd be the first to report them. And as far as this amulet, or whatever it is, they took it off a dead body. There are no cultists still breathing in our sector. That's for sure. But when that fight broke out, some enterprising folks looted the bodies. The boots they came back with, nobody's ever tread these decks in boots so fine. I can tell you that. Seems to be these cultists have better commanders than us. Oh yeah, those boots really were fine. And there was no harm in taking them, right? As for the amulet, it must have been pocketed by someone who didn't know any better. We don't need any amulets around here. We all worship the Emperor, and when we're working, we bow down before the machine spirits of the large and small transformers and the servo motor, the same way my grandfather was taught 100 years ago by a tech priest who came calling. Believe us, your ladyship, we are people of faith. Naive children, weren't you taught from an early age about the dangers of the arch-enemy's creations? Weren't you warned that any unfamiliar object could be one of them? We were told, holy sister, but it was long ago. The last time we saw a confessor in our sector, it was just after I'd had my third little one. That is regrettable, but you cannot lay the burden of leading a righteous life on the shoulders of the Holy Fathers. Who will you blame when the beasts crawl out of those amulets you stole from heretics? The Holy Father, who is not there? Or the scavenger, who brought evil down on himself and his neighbors? Abelard, do you have anything to add? I authorize the use of all necessary measures to locate Chaos Worshippers hiding in this sector. The specific steps taken by the officers were not reported to me. Nevertheless, I am certain that their actions were justified. Cultists are no drunken stevedores. They are the enemy and a threat to the ship. Neutralizing them demands decisive action. Sauerback, was it really necessary to torture these people with cold? The rabble understands only one language, Lord Captain, that of violence. As per regulations, should the laborers persist in their unwillingness to cooperate, the next step is limiting air supply and cutting off water, which is almost certain to restore order. The peasants can grumble all they want, but in the end, they are the source of their own misery. All they have to do is bow their heads and fall in line, and the need for punitive measures will disappear. So what changes do you all want? Would you look at this? The exalted Lord Captain herself is asking us bilge rats what we want. Well, here's what. We want you to rein in your damned enforcers, to quit turning off the heat, and to stop battering everything that moves. No, that's not it. We want the enforcers gone from here, and we want to be armed. Give us arms, and we'll govern ourselves. We'll defend ourselves if these cultists do show their faces. I've been leader of my clan for 20 years now. Getting rid of these club-wielding thugs can only improve things around here. You've gone too far, old Nan. They'll never let the maggots on the lower levels live without the enforcers breathing down their necks. They probably even insist on enforcers on the upper decks, too. As for weapons, what do we need them for? Before the first day's out, we'll have someone shooting their neighbor, out of stupidity or drunkenness. We don't need that. If the enforcers stop hassling us, that'll be enough. In return, we'll find the scavengers who robbed the cultists' bodies. We'll talk to them, one lower decker to another. If there are any more of those damned amulets about, we'll hand them over to the enforcers ourselves.
You speak for yourself and your clan, and I'll speak for me and mine. I don't want empty gestures. I want real change. They promised us the world now, but as soon as the Anointed One turns her back, these brutes will be on us even harder than before. All because we dared to speak out. The tall worker's eyes dart between the two arguing leaders. Every few seconds, he opens his mouth as if planning to agree, but every time he falls silent, simply making a few vague noises of approval. I'm going to coerce them. Spreading anarchy on the ship is the first step toward embracing chaos. Putting weapons into untrained hands would be even worse. What's more, the enforcers are needed to maintain oversight and order. Withdraw those demands, and we will consider the rest. The tall worker they call Rivet shrugs and casts a sidelong look at the old woman. Old Nan, listen. Listen! The Lord Captain herself has come down to us and is offering concessions. And I don't know a single person in the whole of Depot 4 who's ever stood next to the rogue trader, let alone talk to them. Back down. Now's no time for you to be a stubborn old crone. Listen to us, Old Nan. The 3 clans of Depot 4 ought to act as one. We've made our minds up. It's your turn to decide. Don't ask them to disband the enforcers to give us weapons. We don't need any of that. The old woman hisses in dissatisfaction. You two are ganging up on me, is that it? So brave if you are against an old woman. But I'll shut up. I will indeed. I won't go against 2 clan leaders on my own. If you want to make peace with the enforcers, make your peace. That's great. Just fantastic. Lord Captain, we're all agreed. Then it's decided. The persecution will stop, and I will expect you to assist in locating any remaining amulets or weapons left by the cultists. Your ladyship, thank you. You've not abandoned us lower deckers. You came yourself and settled everything. I'll tell my grandchildren about this. Of course, your ladyship. We'll root out any nasty business faster than the enforcers, and we'll leave no stone unturned. Whoop whoop. Alright. Now. Yep, there's more goods over here. Thought so. Another move key, and then I believe the puzzle starts at this valve here.
I need to look closer.
What did I see? Aha.
The duty prevails.
The gauge shows that the steam pressure in this pipe is close to the maximum. However, it does not reach the bars at the other end. Okay. So, from that pipe, you go... It's this bluish one. So then we come this way. And I think it's this pipe still. And then from there, come down here. I think we're over here to this one now.
The Divine watches over us.
And then finally the last valve. I missed one somewhere. Darn. And this one, maybe? There we go.
Accomplished!
Ooh. Somebody had a stash of explosives in that vent. It's a good thing that we confiscated that. And we leveled up. Let's do that real quick. Okay, we get to choose an ability. I would like to... get a new fire-based power, I believe. Interesting. Let's get that. Firestorm. This psychic power can only target creatures suffering from warp burn or burning. If the target is an ally, this psychic power deals no damage to it. Everyone adjacent to the target, both allies and enemies, suffer the effects of the ignite psychic power, which is our normal psychic power. I would really like to find like a talent or something. Okay, good. We do have talents. I would love to find one that would allow me to not be hit in combat, in melee, when I cast a psyker power. Being threatened by enemies melee range without yeah, here we go. Okay. Subtle manipulation. That way we can be up in person, you know, up in a person's face and smacking them with our bonk stick, and then also setting them on fire without them getting a chance to hit us back. That's going to be a lot nicer. For Abelard, we will probably rank up his toughness. Yep. And for his talent, we'll give him no heresy for extra armor. Hell yeah. For Idira, this is pretty cool. Sensory deprivation. The target makes a willpower resistance test. If it succeeds, the target is merely blinded until the start of the Psyker's next turn, but if they fail, they become blinded and suffer an additional -5 penalty to all characteristics that are reduced by blindness, and must make a willpower resistance test at the end of each turn. The first success makes them just blinded, and then the second success removes the effect altogether. That might be nice. A little bit of crowd control from our sniper. I think we're gonna go with that. Ooh, and then we will warp lore. Ooh, we'll bump our awareness probably. Our awareness is huge. There we go. And Argenta. Apparently I can't take ballistic skill, that's fine. Agility 50. Okay, I'm gonna bump willpower just a little. Ooh, she gets no heresy as well. Well, all right then. Extra armor on our damage dealer. Hell yeah. Actually, what's our situation in here looking like? Do I want to have light armor? I don't think I do. I think I eventually want to put us in power armor, because I think that'll be fun. So I don't think we're going to really care about the armored body glove. In fact, because I don't necessarily care about Idira having it either, we're going to keep it for the next party member we get, which we will be going to get here in just a moment. Just a wee sec. Yeah, I think that's about it. Let's give our guy Probably one of the few games you can play Zomboid 2 while you're gaming without you losing your marbles. Why you say that? Otherwise it's like too distracting from Zomboid or something, or... I think we're gonna take the noble sword. Gunshots / zombie-ish moans make me panic while I'm playing Zomboids for some reason. That's fair. I get that. Yeah. Totally understand. Bolters sound fine, and Imperial flashlights just tickle the sci-fi part of my brain. There you go. All right. I think we are going to... I think we're going to give this back to Abelard. This cape is good, like, utility, but we haven't really encountered anything that does any of these status conditions, so it's not necessarily super useful. Do we have anything better for Abelard? Not really. There we go. Now we got a sort of a dueling blade run. If you, a regular human, could have any weapon from the Imperium, what would you want? Oh, buddy, that's a good question. I'm just a regular dude. First time seeing Ethel's hair, yeah. The funny part about it is that that's part of the reason that we look so much like the last lady, Theodora, is because it's the same hairstyle she had. That's why Hawkwards earlier was talking about it. But yeah, I'm just a regular dude from 40k, and I could choose a weapon. I think I'd probably choose a... Yeah, probably a bolter. No Space Marine augmentation to make bolters a one-handed weapon. Well, they have person-sized bolters. They make different versions for actual humans. That's why you still have, like, bolt pistols and stuff that you can get for, like, commissars and things like that. Now, I could be wrong about that. Like, I'm no expert, you know, on Warhammer lore, but I am pretty confident in saying that, like, they have regular people-sized bolters. Good luck with that heavy bolter dream. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be heavy. That's for sure. You got to be a thick boy to carry a bolter, but. I think we're just going to get rid of these. I don't know. Just doing some inventory management here. That's better. Let's give me a fire grenade. Seems fine. I think I'd either go with the flashlight or a melta. Just the idea of a line of FU level heat going that way is great to me. Yeah, meltas are really cool. That is true. I do like meltas. Some of the melta weapons that you can get in Rogue Trader are pretty neat. That'd probably be, yeah, that if I couldn't quite handle like a heavy bolter, I'd probably go with like a melta rifle. That'd be pretty sick. But then, you know, there's also the other things that are kind of neat, like some of the more niche stuff, like the Archaeotech pistols and stuff that the actual Rogue Traders can have on like the tabletop wargame version. You know, those are pretty neat. The Volkite weapons and the arc weapons that like the Mechanicus uses a lot are pretty cool. Warhammer's it's a neat setting. There's a lot to take in, for sure, with Warhammer, but they have a lot of really neat ideas. A lot of cool shit. The pistols that hit like a freight train once, yeah, they look like a flintlock, but all techie, you know. For sure. Abelard's doing good. What's this do? That's pretty good. He's only got a last pistol. Where'd the side of the tank go? Oh my god. Yeah. Absolutely. Twin chain swords as a human, love that. Yeah, dude. Pretty slick. How do you like the sound of a revving chainsaw? Definitely one of those things that's rooted in the sort of absurd badassery that is the beginning of Warhammer, the chain weapons like this. But you gotta admit, chain swords are pretty fucking cool. Personally, I'm a bigger fan of the chain axe, but that's just me. Eventually, our character here, Ethel will have double force swords, is what we'll end up using. We're just not quite far enough to get any force weapons. So right now, we're just going to rock the special noble sword and the knife, because it's pretty neat. I like this. I like the vibe that we got going on with our shotgun backup. I would have kept the staff, but it's just the like normal psyker staff. Not that the like lightning blast isn't good, but there are like specific staff types for each like specific psyker discipline, so we can find a staff that does specifically like pyromancy stuff. I'm not exactly sure when we'll have access to it, but technically speaking, you've got one blade per person per fight. Yeah. Like I was saying earlier, our maximum party size is actually 6, so we'll be picking up some extra people here in a minute. We just got to get done with some of this extra shit we got to do on the ship.
I forge my destiny among the stars.
That's sick. Yeah, bigger party size. It's much more like Pathfinder Kingmaker or Wrath of the Righteous than it is like Baldur's Gate that only has like a party size of 4 or whatever. Abelard stops us. Unexpectedly, Abelard imperiously dismisses the unit to stand at a distance and addresses your other companions, saying, I have an urgent matter to discuss with the Lord Captain. Please give us a moment. Abelard looks at you and his last vestiges of restraint vanish. Well, are you pleased with your investigation, Lord Captain? You kowtowed to the disloyal rabble. You believed their lies and showed them leniency. Next time the ship is attacked by cultists, that rabble will welcome them with open arms and allow them to wreak havoc. Allow them to wreak whatever havoc they like because they see you as a weak leader. Is that how you see your future at the helm of the Von Valancius Protectorate? Ooh. I'm going to tell him there's some truth to his criticism. I should say so! He heaves a sigh, but visibly relaxes. You simply need to trust me. I would have handled the situation myself had you not decided to intervene. Remember, Lord Captain Theodora, do you think she ever set one slippered foot on the lower decks? No, she did not. Such matters were left to myself and the junior officers, while she dedicated herself to her grand designs for the Protectorate, as any true strategist and rogue trader ought. I like this one. Maybe if Theodora had spent more time on trifling matters, she wouldn't have wound up dead. There is a new Lord Captain aboard this ship now, and I will not repeat her mistake. Abelard looks at you stunned, and exhales loudly. Then he nods curtly. I commend your decisiveness, but I am uncomfortable with introducing new protocols in the midst of a crisis. And Abelard stands straight at attention. I lost my temper, Lord Captain, and I believe I ought to explain myself. The prosperity of the Von Valancius Protectorate is not just an empty phrase to me. I left the Imperial Navy for the chance to see it flourish. It was the most momentous decision of my life. I did it because I saw in Lord Captain Theodora's deeds the sign of true greatness. Rogue traders do not simply forge new routes and capture worlds. They create order out of anarchy. That creative impulse was entirely lacking during my time in the military. So I left behind everything I had known, everything my family had known. I come from a long line of officers, and I embarked upon this incredibly reckless venture. Lord Captain Theodora entrusted me with all the concerns that she had no time for. She would go off on her flagship for long periods to distant frontiers, on scouting voyages, and the advancement of the entire Protectorate rested on my shoulders. And then suddenly, everything that had been built over years and years began to quake, rattling like a flimsy hangar on a seismically active world. One of the senior officers betrayed us all. The rogue traitor was killed, and who knows what is happening on the planets. I tell you this honestly, without fear of appearing weak. All this has come as a grievous blow to me. I am not panicking or grieving because I cannot allow myself to panic or grieve. I am duty-bound to aid the new rogue trader, to aid you, to find your footing as quickly as possible, and to do that, I must insulate you from problems that in the past have been dealt with by tried and tested procedures set out in the ship's regulations. Procedures that were established long ago and have functioned smoothly for decades cannot suddenly be deemed excess to requirements. think 1 or 2 is our option here. I think 2 is the nicer of the 2 options, but I think it kind of needs a little bit of a slap, a little bit of a wake-up call here. Theodora trusted in established procedures, and she died. I won't make the same mistake. If you want to keep building the future of the Von Valancius Protectorate with me, stop living in the past. Abelard solemnly inclines his head. Yes, Lord Captain. After a moment's silence, he adds, looking at you with interest, your resolve is admirable and demonstrates strong leadership. I shall remember this moment should my old habits ever begin to creep back in. And now, please, let us leave the lower decks. If the rogue traitor desires to stretch her legs, there are far more suitable places. Well, alright, that was a fun little side adventure on our void ship. Not so bad. We also need to talk to Janus here, because he had something to talk to us about. The corpulent man in lavish clothes bows before you, not without difficulty. A servo skull whirs over his shoulders, while the fingers of his augmented hand drum against the sheaf of papers he is holding, and he regards you with attentive interest through the lens of his magnifying implant. Greetings, your ladyship. Janus Danrock, at your service. Stretch break. That's not a bad idea. I was actually thinking I was probably going to be done after we get this guy's problems resolved, and then we'll save the next planetoid mission for next time. So I think instead of stretch break, we'll just power through this just real quick and call it a night. How about that? How about that? Anyhow. Have you ever heard the name Fire Reckoning? From what I can tell, it's a void ship. There's a mention of it in one of Theodora's documents. I am afraid it's not immediately familiar to me, your ladyship. Please allow me a moment. I say, House von Valancius did indeed sign a contract with the owners of a vessel with the designation Fiery Reckoning. There are transactions, records of the ship picking up cargo from Kiava Gamma. Oh, well, this is odd. The data log ends there. Apparently, the ship had some interactions with one of the workshops on your industrial world. I beg your pardon, your ladyship, but that is the extent of the assistance I can provide you in regard to this particular matter. Vigdis informed me about a problem with the servitors. What happened? You see, your ladyship, the ship's servitors have been malfunctioning of late. They violate protocols, interrupt their tasks, observe crew members for long periods of time, and move erratically with no meaning or purpose. Janus Danrock nervously pulls on his luxurious frock coat as if it were uncomfortably tight. Had it been a routine technical fault, I would have decided the fate of these servitors myself, but I deemed it necessary to notify you. I do not wish to hide such irregularities from the Lord Captain. If you wish to observe the servitors' unusual behavior before you decide their fate, this can be arranged. The majority of the defective units have been delivered to one of the storage compartments, pending your decision. I wish to take a look at these servitors before deciding their fate. As you wish, your ladyship. So this gives us like a little encounter that's not... It's just going to be a lot of reading, is all it is. The Von Valancius flagship on the lower decks. Report of a tech phenomenon that was observed during the Lord Captain's visit to Bay AKN 108. From the words of High Factotum Janus Danrock. When her ladyship arrived at the scene, she found the servitors in the same position that they had assumed after they had been corralled into the bay, all standing in a long spiraling line and facing the center of their strange formation. The moment her ladyship crossed the threshold of the bay gate, Their bodies jerked into motion. All as one, as if obeying a command, the servitors turned to face the Lord Captain. The technomats tasked with overseeing the defective units even reached for their weapons. But then the servitors went still, just as abruptly, staring at her ladyship with vacant eyes. All present held their breath, disturbed by this sight. We waited for the Lord Captain to speak. Her ladyship, Ethel von Valancius, demanded a report on the defective unit's status from the technomats. The technomats' long-winded and detailed report could have been summarized in a single key point. Despite the servitors' abnormal behavior, they were still quite capable of carrying out tasks, and therefore the circumstances did not call for their termination. She then ordered that one of the servitors be disassembled and its components investigated. A group of technomats hurried to act upon the Lord Captain's command. The servitor's mechanical parts separated with clicks, snaps, and hisses. The sutures between its wrinkled pale flesh and its augments were laid disgustingly bare. We watched the technomats do their work, and could see every centimeter of the servitor's stiff muscles abounding with valves and cavities, pierced by countless cords and tubes. The disassembly and analysis complete, the technomats concurred. The unit was in working order. Nothing in the dissected body that lay before us could provide any insight into the reason behind the defects. I should make note of one more thing. At that moment, all of us present discovered that not just the eyes, but the hands and heads of some of the servitors were now shaking, too. It was as if the mechanized servants were overcome with some primordial terror. Finally, she took several steps towards the servitors. Immediately, the servitors, each and every one of them, stepped toward the Lord Captain in perfect unison. They mimicked her movements with frightening precision. The rogue traitor halted in place and, after a moment's thought, waved her hand, and the servitors, just as synchronously, repeated that gesture as well. When the Lord Captain turned quizzically to the technomats, so did the servitors, as if mocking her. Whatever the Lord Captain did, be it an incline of the head, a wave of the hand, or a step to the side, the defective units repeated it without a moment's delay or hesitation, like grotesque marionettes controlled by an unseen puppeteer. We observed this mime unfold in distressed bafflement for nearly a minute until the servitors finally came to a stop. Not sensing any threat from them, the rogue traitor approached with confidence. The Lord Captain examined the servitors. As high factotum, it was I who had prompted that entire inspection, and thus it was my duty to follow the Lord Captain. As we stepped closer, we noticed a fascinating irregularity. The servitors' pupils, normally still, were shaking wildly. Their bulging veins were pulsating under their copper collars, inscribed with their past offenses. It was as if those mindless half-machines were locked in a perpetual state of extreme tension. A visibly shaken technomat behind us proposed that the human souls had awakened within the servitors' bodies after a long slumber deep within their lobotomized brains. Formerly bereft of intelligence, they'd attained awareness, feeling, and understanding. After a pause, the technomat added that the servitors used to function properly and that no one had been able to explain the change in their behavior. Her gaze still trained on the motionless but animate half-machines and half-people, the Lord Captain stepped away from the servitors and turned to me to announce her decision. So here's our decision, right? We could be a little dogmatic about it, send them back to work. The suggestion is that their human souls have awakened and they are like aware of what's going on, but still trapped within the servitor, right? I don't think that's the case. I don't think that they would all synchronize with the Lord Captain specifically for some weird reason. If it wasn't like... if there wasn't any factor influencing them in some way. Like, I'm pretty sure this is some sort of like mass hallucination or something. So I think we're gonna go dogmatic here. On the Lord Captain's orders, the servitors were returned to the same decks where they had worked before. The crew was initially unnerved by their presence, but adapted to their quirks soon enough, especially since, following the incident in question, there was a noticeable reduction in the servitors' strange behavior. With the fate of the defective servitors decided, nothing could now distract the Lord Captain from her mission. And that's it. Finished that quest, too. So yeah, I think that's where we'll leave it. We'll get back here to the planet screen, and yeah, we'll call it there, I think. Thank you guys so much for stopping by today, stopping by the stream. I really appreciate it. Give us a like, give us a comment, give us a follow, give us a subscribe, all of the normal things involved with, you know, being the online internet person, and pandering to the algorithm. Gotta do the algorithm stuff. Oh, join just as it's ending. Sorry, man. I appreciate you joining anyway, though. We will be back tomorrow. I haven't decided yet if we're going to play some more Rogue Trader or if we'll play something else because it's something new Saturdays. But then also this week I don't have anything going on Sundays, and that's usually my like super off day. But we might play some more Rogue Trader on Sunday too. So Z, I appreciate you being here, and there will be more so that you can join up and watch later. However, though, you know, you could watch the VOD on multiple places. In fact, we'll do that, and then I will do the rest of my illustrious outro, because I have been Griff, you have been you, this has been Warhammer 40,000 Rogue Trader. Please, my friends, be excellent to each other, and have a wonderful night. I love you guys. Thank you so much. We'll see you later.